now offer a sound framework to push our cooperation ahead. So I'm here to looking forward to hearing your assessment of the challenges ahead, and as said, also looking forward to the new program and the cooperation, a continuous cooperation with you in our future framework program, Horizon Year. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Director General. And now allow me to turn the floor to Mr. Ion Tibideanu, the President of the Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you. Dear Ms. Minister, Liliana Nicolescu Onofrei, dear Senior Ratso, the head of Deputy Director General, dear Mr. Michalko, head of the EU delegation to Moldova, dear Mr. Maragos, the head of the Eastern Partnership Unit at the European Commission, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning. First of all, I would like to note that the first discussions about the possibility for the Republic of Moldova to become an associated country to the European framework programs took place many years ago in December 2006 in connection with the visit to Moldova of Mr. Daniel Dicăciors, at that time responsible for the Eastern European countries. And he just pointed out that this may open new opportunities for Moldavian researchers. And the document has been signed in October 2011, and starting from January 1st, 2012, as Ms. Minister mentioned, Moldova has been associated to the 7th European Framework Program, and starting from 2014 to the Horizon 2020 program. Of course, this participation in European programs has been very beneficial for us, and I can just make reference to the amount of money that we won via grants. In FP7 there was less than €1 million. In FP6 less than 1 million. In Framework Program 7 more than €4 million, and in Horizon 2020 we approach €6 million. But in fact, we should not speak only about money. We should speak about experience that we gained, about the possibility to participate and to carry out research in excellent European laboratories, and we have the possibility to train our young researchers in the best European laboratories, and we can use the European infrastructure. And through the participation in the realization of the European projects, we bring the excellence in research to the Republic of Moldova. Of course, we are very interested in continuation of our participation, and I hope that we will succeed to become associated also to the next European Framework Program, Horizon Europe. And I would like just to note that networking that happen within the European programs probably is a very good approach how to become stronger and stronger. I just in such cases make reference to nature. There are some insects, fire ants, that during the floods they form floating on water rafts floating on water and survive due to networking. And in our case, we are in a small country, and of course networking assists us in become stronger, assists us to be part of a strong consortia, European consortia, and this allows us also to realize projects with the impact not only on the national level but also on the regional and European levels. I would like also to note that since we are here representatives of many countries, 6 countries from the Eastern Partnership, and I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Presidium of the Academy of Sciences of Moldova to congratulate representatives of countries of Eastern Partnership with the 10th anniversary. 10 years, it's a good period, and actually was a period of a very good interaction, and I hope that this collaboration will continue, in particular with participation to European framework programs. I would like to wish our guests from Brussels, from the European Commission, to our guests from Eastern Partnership to have a good time, a good stay in Chisinau, in the Republic of Moldova. In the morning it's cloudy, but in a couple of years it will be sunny, very good weather. We took care of this. So enjoy Chisinau, enjoy the Republic of Moldova, and much success in this conference, and of course in future activities related to the participation in European framework programs. Thank you.
And now, together with our deep appreciation of the support received from the delegation of the EU in Moldova and from His Excellency personally, let me turn the floor to Ambassador Peter Michalkov, Your Excellency.
Good morning, dear Madam Minister, dear Madam Deputy Director General, dear Mr. President of the Academy of Science of the Republic of Moldova. It is my great pleasure and honor to be today together with you here at the opening of this conference, and to have also possibility to welcome here Deputy Director General Madam Signorazzo, as well as Mr. Vasilis Marangas from DG NIR, and to have opportunity to address a couple of words on the importance of the field of research and innovation in overall cooperation of the European Union with countries of Eastern Partnership. I think everybody by now realizes the importance of the Eastern Partnership, the effort that has been started 10 years ago. This year we are in at the opportunity, after 10 years of evaluation and assessment of results, to look back at the results, benefits that have been achieved, but also, and maybe even more importantly, to look forward and to look ahead and to look at the perspectives that are in front of us and can bring so much good and many benefits to the citizens of the countries of Eastern Partnership and cooperation of the European Union with these countries. The research and innovation is the field that will bring tangible results and better standards for this generation, but also for future generations. That's why it is so important as investment in the future. Madam Deputy Director General already mentioned that, especially during the times of transformation, it is not always the case that there are enough resources for this important field of activities, this investment into the future. And that's why partnerships like we have in the framework of Eastern Partnership are so important, and programs like Horizon 2020 are so important because they allow our friends, our partners from countries of Eastern Partnership to play, if I may use this expression, to play the first league in terms of research, science, technologies and innovations in the future, and to keep pace with developments in the world, thanks to partnership with the European Union. It is also important, and from our side we pay full attention to taking further the results that are achieved in this field in so many important areas for the life of the people, like economic development and growth, but also in broader sense, very important for societies, like quality of environment or perspectives, opportunities for the youth. And through not only programs in direct area of research and innovation, but through entire spectrum of programs of assistance and support and cooperation with the countries of Eastern Partnership, we can create reality from these perspectives, and we can create these tangible results, a better future in which people of countries of Eastern Partnership will live. I would like, therefore, to express my gratitude to the Moldovan authorities for organizing this excellent conference and giving us this opportunity for discussing these important issues. At this occasion, I would like also to welcome and recognize the efforts of reform of the research and innovation sector. It is now important to strengthen the results, and we would like to cooperate further with our partners, to ask all the reform partners to work all together for the good of the whole science community, and finally for the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, but also in case of each of you, for the benefits of citizens of all your countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Minister.
And now I would like to turn the floor to Mr. Alexandru Voloc, the State Secretary of Ministry of Health, Labor and Social Protection, responsible for a domain very important for the research area in Moldova.
Excellencies, dear Madam Minister, dear Mr. Academician, the EU delegation and Commission representatives, dear scholars, colleagues and guests. I am honored and glad to be present today and to be invited today to this event, and on behalf of the Ministry of Health, Labor and Social Protection, I must say that we are maybe the most clearly understanding the importance of successful renovation or research and successful innovation implementation, that it saves lives, that it creates jobs, and that it helps ensuring that the society and the population is protected. Therefore, we have a triple interest in the successful results of the 10-year partnership that we're celebrating today, and also in the continuation of this partnership, and as Academician Tighineanu said, networking of the most clear and successful scholars of Europe and beyond in this research and innovation partnership. In medicine in Moldova, there are, aside from of course, the platform that creates the young and the future scholars of Moldova, the University of Medicine and Pharmacy, Nicolae Timișoara. There are institutions, medical institutions that can prove significant results in science research, the ones that are, for instance, the Institute of Oncology, Institute of Cardiology, Mother and Child Protection Institute, Institute of Neurology and Neurosurgery, those which are probably most involved in these activities of the partnership and are most interested in continuing it. I am also coming from a recently conducted European Health Forum that, aside from bringing together health representatives from not only from Europe but from around the world, are also creating a very strong and decent and beautiful to follow platform for young health professionals, those which, as Ambassador Mihalka said, would be an investment in the future, those which we could develop in the future in this Horizon Europe partnership that we are interested in. And I would like, in conclusion, to once again emphasize the interest, the triple interest of the Ministry of Health, Labour and Social Protection in this activity, in this networking, partnership and friendship after all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having this opening session now right on time, I would like to thank you all and to wish you enough time for work, but also enough time for leisure in Chisinau. But now I would like to ask our colleagues, to ask Mr. Porcescu to take over the moderation of the next session. And we'll see each other again. Thank you very much.
Director General, I will ask you to come up here. Excellencies, dacă cineva din colegi ar putea să includ prezentarea doamnei Rață. Excellencies, distinguished guests, bine ați venit în Moldova. Welcome to Moldova. Actually, as it was mentioned already, this year is not only an year for actions, but also a year of reflection for the future of the Eastern Partnership. I think that we should acknowledge the fact that we succeed some very important milestones in our research and innovation cooperation between the Eastern Partnership countries and the European Union. But it is now a momentum of Horizon Europe, the new program. The situation of the current framework research program, Horizon 2020, but also the perspectives for the future one, which is very important for all of the 6 countries present here in the room. Madam Director General, we have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again, thanks a lot for your kind introduction. So really, in this presentation, I'm going to discuss what has already been achieved in the current framework program Horizon 2020 and looking forward to the next one. I guess you're all familiar with Horizon 2020. We are now at the end of the 6th year of implementation, in the last phase of program and also on the way to building bridges between the 2 programs. So just a few words concerning the early indications of progress towards scientific, economic and societal impacts. First of all, you can see quite some very impressive figures concerning the number of countries, sectors and researchers who have been involved and also national research infrastructures which have made accessible And I was happy to note that also your President of Academy of Sciences mentioned access to infrastructures as one of the great opportunities that you have. Now, overall, Horizon 2020 supported projects have also and already demonstrated potential in terms of generating breakthrough, market-creating innovation. As this is really the main, also the new focus in the new program. There have been more than 4,000 peer-reviewed publications, 2/3 of them in open access, and those have been cited more than twice the world average, showing that really if you are part of the program, then your international success is much higher. And more than 1 in 5 publications are based on private sector academia collaboration. Also funded projects are about 40% more likely to be granted patents. Also the Horizon 2020 has attracted more SMEs who have also higher growth paths than unsuccessful applicants. You can also see the economic impact. We really like to be impactful with our program, say in terms of economic impact. Every euro that has been invested brings back some 6 to 8.5 euros. And also, last but not least, 83% of projects would not have gone ahead without EU funding. Now, as said, we are in the last phase of Horizon 2020, so just a few highlights in the last work program. As said, in the new program, there's a lot more focus on innovation, and later I will also explain why. We've already started with a pilot of the European Innovation Council, which is nearly 3 billion, and also open innovation test beds, and also topics from the societal challenges pillar. What would be of interest for you is also open to the world, that we have over 1 billion investment for 30 international flagship initiatives. And also then the relevant parts of the program to open science. Now, a few words about overall our international cooperation. As international cooperation dimension is also that I'm coordinating throughout the whole program, which clearly has major contributions to global multilateral initiatives, notably in the area of health, food, energy, seas and oceans. For instance, I can mention All Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, then the Belmont Forum, Mission Innovation, which is in the area of energy, and also the public-public partnerships that we have, the so-called Article 185 initiatives, which we have, for instance, with sub-Saharan countries in the area of clinical trials, and PRIMA, which is the Mediterranean Partnership for the area of food security and water. It was mentioned that Marie Curie actions are one of the most successful ones for international partner countries. Overall, 11% of participation of Marie Curie actions are from non-associated third countries. So the results also show significant increase in non-associated countries' contributions to collaborative projects. So this is also, as said, a lot of focus in the last work program on this in this area. Now coming to Eastern Partnership countries. Here you can see a slide showing overall participation in projects of Horizon 2020. So Eastern Partnership entities have participated overall 436 times to 248 signed grants of collaborative Marie Curie actions, ERC and SME instrument actions. Here you can see the main areas of participation. The biggest share, 28%, actually goes to Marie Curie actions. So it's also the same for all Eastern Partnership countries, that this is the most successful part of the program. Then this is followed, which is grey color there, research infrastructures with 9%, then followed by societies, 8%, environment, energy, and some difference per countries. Here you can see the Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, and Georgia, where clearly for Azerbaijan, Belarus, the Marie Curie actions are the biggest share, but in case of other countries there is more equal distribution, which is here you see Moldova and Ukraine. Well, in case of Moldova, it's I think the most even distribution between the different areas of participation. Now, if we look at the slides will be also made available for you, so then you can study them more closely. When we look overall participation over the years in Horizon 2020, this has been quite stable until 2017, but clearly conspicuous growth. In 2018, we don't have the figures for this year, but I hope that also you will see the growth figures continuing this year. Now, coming to the next program, let me start with a broader picture. Last May, EU leaders met at Sibiu, Romania, not far from here, to have a discussion on the future of the EU for the next 7 years. In particular, they discussed how to address together very complex and global challenges that we are facing today, such as climate change, digitalization, protection of multilateralism and democracy. And actually, in the conclusions of the summit, an important role of research and innovation was underlined, particularly in addressing these pan-European social challenges, which are not only pan-European, but many of them are actually global. Also, research and innovation is the main driver for economic growth, and this is why the Commission has proposed the biggest ever budget, 100 billion for the next 7 years for research and innovation funding program. Now, in March, the EU institutions, the Council and the Parliament already reached a common understanding of the program on the major elements of it, with the exclusion only of 3 areas, that is the budget, and the synergies between different programs, because they very much depend on the general budget, MFF, and also third country association. These are the only parts which are still pending, and the rest has already been agreed, and that's why we already have prepared the implementation of the program. Now, what are then the new focus of the program? Clearly, investing in research innovation is investing in Europe's future. I think this was also underlined by all the speakers this morning, that investing in research and innovation clearly is investing in the future of your countries. It helps us to compete globally, but it also helps us to preserve our unique social model and European way of life. The underlining principles are sustainable development goals for our program, which are the goals which have been agreed at the United Nations level. you do not find any target figures in our program except for one. And this is 35% of the budget should go to tackling climate change. Now, more and more attention has been paid to that, also by societies. You've noticed that especially young generation is coming out in different European capitals, actually asking the politicians, the policymakers, clearly to act. So really now it's timely to act, because we might maybe the last generation who can still do something in order to save our planet for our next generation. And that's why this is also the underlining objective of our research and innovation program. Because without the contribution of research and innovation into the future technologies, we won't be able to cope with this challenge and also the other challenges that we are facing. Now, once again, why we need to invest in research and innovation. On the one hand, we already have excellent science in Europe. With only 7% of world population, we contribute to 20% of global research and development funding. Also 1/3 of all high-quality scientific publications. On the other hand, we do not always are able to transform our leadership in science into leadership in innovation and entrepreneurship. In other words, to bring these excellent scientific results to the market. Also, if we compare ourselves with our main competitors, then we can also see that in terms of business contribution to research and innovation, we are lagging behind our main competitors. Also, when you look at the number of unicorn companies, for instance, then there are many more coming from the US, but also from China. So we really need a change there, and that's why in our new program, the new focus is on the innovation pillar, on pillar 3. But actually, when you look at the structure, it also resembles the current structure. As said, we continue to be very successful when it comes to excellent science, and that's why the first pillar of our program is left intact. We continue to fund European Research Council, Marie Curie actions and research infrastructures. The second pillar, the main change here is that it's much more interdisciplinary. It brings together different areas, for instance, digital, industry and space, because if you take industrial sector, then very little of that is what is not digital anymore. It also brings together, for instance, climate, energy and mobility. If you think about the future mobility solutions, electric cars, hydrogen and other means of transport, they are very closely related also with the energy solutions, but also finding then ways how to tackle climate change. The main novelty is the establishment of the European Innovation Council, and also paying much more attention to European innovation ecosystem in general. But I will say a few more words about those later. Now, as said, we've already started with the preparation of the next program, namely via our strategic plan, which was for public consultation last summer, which concluded in September. So everybody all over the world could actually have a say in terms of the next program. So I hope that also your organizations have been participating in this consultation phase. Now we will, on the basis of these consultations, and also the feedback that we received during the Research and Innovation Days, at the end of September in Brussels. We will develop a new draft, which will be then also consulted with the different stakeholders, and then this will be the basis for the first 4 years of the program, and then also the work program for the next 2 years will be prepared. What is the strategic plan? The strategic plan actually gives strategic orientations, but also expected impacts. I said that we now try to pay much more attention on the impact because it's a noble task to finance the researchers, but that's not enough. We also need the results, the impact, not only scientific impact, which is the easiest to measure. You can count how many articles, how many citations, but it's much more difficult also to measure the impact on the economies, but also societies. We'd actually really like to have the impact on societies, for instance, as you mentioned, in the area of health, in the area of social development, we clearly need to have an impact, real impact on the ground. Then what we define also as part of strategic planning are also the partnerships and missions, which are also the areas where we also welcome the participants outside of Europe, from associated countries, but beyond. Then areas for international cooperation, and then also the more distinct areas and issues that you see on the screen. But where we really need to focus more is also dissemination and exploitation. As said, we have excellent results, but they also need to get to the markets in order for the markets to benefit, but also for the societies and the people to benefit from those. I think this widening participation and European research area is particularly important for you, and that's why also the budget here will be doubled. So depending clearly on the final budget of Horizon Europe program, at least 3.3% of the budget should go namely to the widening and strengthening of the European research area. Here, I already mentioned the cost program, for instance, and the other elements of that part. Now, European Innovation Council, I mentioned, this is the main novelty. So, what is the objective? The objective is clearly to help innovators to create markets of the future, but also to leverage private finance. That we put 10 billion, that is 10% of the program, into this pillar. Does not mean that that's the only financing. Actually, the idea is to attract also private finance in order to be able to finance more riskier projects, which you would not find in the market, the bank financing. Or the private finances, in order to reduce the risk and then also attract then the investors into these projects. There will be two parts. Well, they've actually started, as we are now running the pilot. The Pathfinder, which provides grants from early technology to pre-commercial level, and then Accelerator, which provides both grants and blended finance from pre-commercial to market, and also in order to scale up. Well, we have actually in Europe a very lively startup landscape, but very often these startups go outside of Europe in order to scale up. And the reason is that they do not find enough funding here, and the other reason is that not always the regulatory framework is such that they can scale up. So we're actually targeting both via the Innovation Council, namely the budgeting part, but also via the so-called innovation principle in the regulation, making sure that whatever new regulation comes up, it's also friendly to innovators. As said, part of the strategic planning is also to define European partnerships. We've already decided clearly to make it easier, more straightforward, because it has become over the several programs very complicated. So now there are only 3 types of European partnerships: institutionalized, then co-programmed, and co-funded. And part of the strategic planning particularly will be to define in which areas we really need to have the institutional partnerships. Another novelty is research and innovation missions, and the idea here is to connect better to citizens. I remember Commissioner Moedas mentioned that when he became Commissioner of Research and Innovation, then he found out how many excellent projects there are, which actually are very, very beneficial to the people. But then he found out also that people know very little about these excellent things. And here the idea of the missions on the one hand is to really to achieve clear impacts in the areas of the missions, and to do something, but also to do something which has clear impact for science, for technology, but also for society and citizens, and which goes beyond individual actions. I'm just going to show you now the agreed areas of missions, and now we are in the way of defining now concrete missions. But concrete missions will be defined not by the Commission, not by the Commission and Member States and the European Parliament, but in co-creation with all the stakeholders and also with the citizens. Now we've called the so-called mission boards for all missions, and the members of the mission boards come from all member states, some also from associated countries, by the way. They are not only researchers, but they are also policymakers. Say clearly, if you have a cancer mission, then you also need to have those who know how the health policies are run in different countries. There are also innovators, there are the policymakers, entrepreneurs, in order to make sure that we actually cover the whole spectrum. Now these mission boards should go to all member states and actually then have the discussions there in order to define then the concrete areas. For instance, in the climate neutral smart cities, it could be up to 500 climate neutral smart cities by 2030, which is a very ambitious task, but clearly we are on the way of defining these areas. Now in the missions we also need countries outside of Europe. For instance, if we are speaking about healthy oceans, then we also need to engage our international partners outside of the EU. And finally, let me conclude with international cooperation, as international cooperation is the means how we tackle together global societal challenges, how we can also have an access to the world's best talents, expertise and resources, enhance supply and demand of innovative solutions. Now, as said, still the part or the article in Horizon Europe proposal on association is still bracketed, meaning that the co-legislators need to agree first. But after that, we can already start then the consultations with the future associated countries. And what is different in our proposal is that in addition to the neighborhood, well, the European countries who are already associated, like Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, then the candidate countries and the neighborhood countries, eastern neighborhood, southern neighborhood countries. We also open the possibilities for other third countries who have excellent scientific base, but who also share our values. So these countries could actually also become associated to our program, and some of the countries like Japan, Canada, Australia, New Zealand are already analyzing this possibility. So our new proposal gives an opportunity also to enlarge the scope of associated countries, in reality actually extending our European research area further, and also providing then also an alternative to those of the US and China, for instance. So this is the idea of our international cooperation in the new program. So I'd like to complete with that. Say many thanks for your kind attention, and I would be happy now to listen also your comments in the next round, and looking forward to also to new meetings with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Director General, for your presentation. Actually, also it's important for our governments to understand the message of Ambassador Michalko, that investing in research means investing in future, and we'll keep the same track. For us, it's important to continue the association in order to put into value the achievements that we have until present, because these efforts are rather long-running one than the short-running, and really hope that in the next year in annual conference we will see more SMEs participating in Horizon 2020 and further on in Horizon Europe. Thank you very much. We will sticking now to the agenda. I will ask the next panelist to be ready. And we are starting with Mr. Vasilis Maragos from DG NEAR, who will present the general, let's say, policy framework of Eastern Partnership, and which is more important for us, the future of this policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear Deputy Director General, Ambassador, dear President of the Academy of Sciences, it is really a great pleasure for me to be here. It's very inspiring to see how we all, you all, network in order to address common challenges. And this is precisely what we have to do in order to be successful, as we have already heard. So let me just give you a few elements that I'm sure you are all fully aware, but just to make sure that we have them in mind as regards the current process we are in the context of the Eastern Partnership. We have heard from the Minister, from Senior, from the Ambassador. This is the 10th anniversary. We have achieved a lot during these 10 years. We can be proud because we have created a unique framework of engagement, of inclusivity, of ownership, but also we have achieved very concrete results during this framework. And now we believe that the countries of this region, your countries, are very closely associated with each other. They are very closely cooperating with the European Union. The Minister has mentioned the association agreement with Moldova, which is extremely important. We have also association agreements with 2 more countries. We have a new bilateral agreement, very ambitious one, with Armenia, and we are now negotiating a very ambitious and comprehensive agreement with Azerbaijan, which will bring our bilateral cooperation at a higher level. In the case of Belarus, as you know, we have been negotiating partnership priorities for quite some time, where we still have some open issues, at least one, let's say, which is also linked with research and new challenges, so I think it is important to keep this in mind. We have also visa liberalization, which has facilitated links between people, at least between the 3 countries which have achieved that. And we have visa facilitation already in place for Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we just finalized the negotiations with Belarus. We are about to prepare now the signature for visa facilitation. Beyond that, we have invested a lot in the economy. We have invested in the implementation, in particular, of the deep and comprehensive free trade agreements with a lot of loans. More than 2 billion loans have gone to the SMEs during this past period. And we have created almost 30 to even more. I mean, we are in the process of reviewing, but more than 30,000 jobs through our funding. All the Eastern Partnership countries taken together are the EU's 10th trading partner, somewhere between India and Canada. So probably individually, each one of the countries with the EU is not a big trading partner, but when taken together, we see the big impact that we have both for your countries, but also for the European Union. Connectivity has been another area where we have achieved a lot. We just prepared an innovative investment plan for the extension of the trans-European networks for transport, and we expect this to be implemented in the up to 2030. Also we have done a lot in the area of energy efficiency, another area where actually innovation is key, and also cleaner energy. We have also, beyond the research and development, we have heard, we have also engaged in exchanges between youth, between young people. Erasmus has brought more than 30,000 people around in mobility around Europe. And through the youth education package, we have done a lot in engaging with youth. Research and innovation is key, of course, for economic development, is key for education, is key for preparing the skills for the future. And we have launched in November 2016, Commissioner Moedas and Commissioner Hahn, the EU for Innovation Initiative. The idea is to integrate the research and innovation systems of the Eastern Partnership and the European Union. And we are in the process of developing a lot of specific projects and actions on the ground in the various countries. Just to give you an example, in Armenia we have a big EU for Innovation program which is now being implemented at the secondary level, secondary school level, but also with one big EU for Innovation center which is about to be constructed in Yerevan. But we are ready and we are engaged to support you further in this. Now, when it comes to the future, beyond what we have achieved, we have to think about how we can scale up our activities, how we can scale up our delivery mechanism. So at the high-level event which took place in May in Brussels, President Juncker launched a consultation about the future, and we have now an open EU survey which is available on the website of the European Commission with 5 guiding questions. These questions are about the economic and human capital development. It's about rule of law, good governance, security, also the cooperation between the Eastern partner countries, inclusivity and differentiation. All your countries are different, clearly, and each one of you have their own path. But it is also extremely important to keep the inclusivity of the overall framework. And then visibility, essential, but also there is an open question about other proposals and reflections. So I would like really to ask you to contribute to this survey, in case you have not done so, because I think it is very, very important. The European Council has asked the European Commission and the External Action Service to prepare proposals, policy proposals for the future of the Eastern Partnership. We are going to use the inputs we are going to receive at the survey in order to prepare these policy proposals. And we hope to be prepared and present these proposals in early 2020. So that they can be discussed first within the European Union, but secondly and most importantly with all the Eastern partner countries in ministerial meetings, but also in the summit which will take place in early or mid 2020. We still do not have the date because we expect the new President of the European Council to take office, so that he can confirm that sometime during the Croatian presidency in the first half of 2020. It is important that we remain focused. It is important that we build on the existing results of what we have already achieved. But it is also important that we reflect boldly how we can address together the future challenges. And in these challenges, I would like to refer to the guiding priorities of the political guidelines of the new President-elect of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, which has set clear objectives for the EU to put people first. I think it is essential. We have heard it already from our existing observations how much we don't do enough in order to link to the people. I think it is essential that we find the best way to do that, and this means actually in your area, I believe the links between research and innovation on the one side and the daily life, services to the citizens, but also how we can maximize economic and social impact of what we are doing. It is important that we reflect together how we can address the new global challenges that we are facing: climate change, competitiveness, digitalization. Also, there are new challenges in the area of security, where I believe that research can play a very important role. Resilience, human security, but also security of systems, of states. And we should not forget that we are facing in our societies a lot of challenges which have to do with hybrid threats, with disinformation, with fake news, and I really believe that scientists and researchers can play a big role in addressing those challenges together. So we are looking forward to a meaningful, results-oriented debate on the future of the Eastern Partnership. The conference that you are having today here is essential in order to hear from you, in order to see how you see the future and how we can join forces to work together in order to further increase our cooperation in the innovation domain, make the EU for Innovation initiative meaningful for everybody, and repeating the call that Commissioner Moedas and Commissioner Hahn have made when we launched the EU for Innovation a couple of years ago, really reflect on how we can prepare ourselves, how we can prepare the young generations for the challenges and for the future, challenges which we may have not yet formulated clearly at the political level, but which clearly exist at the research level, and challenges which are linked with probably with jobs and opportunities in the economy which yet do not exist. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention and wish you all of us, a very fruitful discussion today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moragos. I hope that research and innovation will be on the top of the priorities for the next policy framework, and also I would like to emphasize the role of the Eastern Partnership Platform for example, contact between people-to-people contact, and also the role of the panel for research and innovation chaired by the DGRTD for promoting our dialogue, and also for creating a community of practice among the research managers in the region. Now we are passing to the national experiences. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Lidia Romanchuk to present the experience of the Republic of Moldova in the area of Horizon 2020 program.
Good morning. Let me start with some historical aspects. As it was mentioned, after a long time of negotiation and preparatory phase, in 2011 was signed Memorandum of Understanding for the association of the Republic of Moldova to the 7th Framework Program. It was by this Moldova became the first country from Eastern Partnership which managed to associate to the EU framework program and demonstrated very positive trend in participation. Within FIBI7 were supported 58 projects with more than 4 million euro EU support for implementation. In 2014, the Republic of Moldova signed the association agreement to the Horizon 2020, and this year is time to start negotiation for association for the next Horizon to Europe program. Why participation in Horizon? What advantages? The Horizon is the biggest program and open to the absolutely all research institutions, universities, companies, non-governmental associations, and provides the opportunity to tackle global challenges together, funding for action in science, focus on innovation, world-class research infrastructure, and access to the new networks and alliances. At the national level, implementation of this status was focused on two main objectives: facilitation participation in Horizon 2020 program and integration in the European research area. For this purpose, the following activities were developed: adjustment of national rules and procedures to the EU standards and requirements, integration to the European research area and adoption of national roadmap, promotion of Euro access, open science and other ERA instruments, support of NCP network, assurance of participation and program committees, strategic and ERA committees and different working groups. Involvement of Moldovan scientific diaspora for this purpose, and sure organization of promotional and informational events like Researchers' Night, Science Slam, and many others. When we speak about ERA priorities, have to be mentioned that all public money were distributed on competitive base for development of different and announcement of different national programs like institutional development, state program, bilateral and multilateral program, and others. Besides of them, some specific programs were developed with support of the EU external actions to facilitate participation in Horizon 2020, such as modernization of the research infrastructure, connection of the centers of actions to the EU research infrastructure, mobility grants to assure participation in preparatory meetings, networking events, European bonus program to encourage participation in Horizon, as well as were organized a lot of trainings brought in country to prepare the people for participation in Horizon. In 2015-16, we passed through policy support facility under Horizon Expert Mission, and following their recommendation, were modified the Science and Innovation Code of the Republic of Moldova, based on which we passed through reform of science and cardinal reorganization, appeared a key institution, public authorities responsible for this purpose, Ministry of Education, Culture and Research, is responsible for establishing of state policy and R&D fields, The National Agency for Research and Development has to implement these policies. Academy of Sciences of Moldova remains a strategic partner to the government and offers the scientific support and expertise. When we speak about international cooperation, bilateral cooperation is based on more than 50 bilateral scientific agreements signed with European and NIS and other countries. Since 2009, annually were supported around 60 bilateral projects with in partnership with Belarus, Germany, France, Italy, Romania, Russia, Ukraine, and STCU. Since 2012, we introduced practically all national programs to overarch priority. First, demonstrate experience of participation in the framework programs, and consolidation of efforts to apply for the new calls open within PP7 and Horizon. As for multilateral cooperation, we consider very important to participate in ERANET activities and calls. There is a list of calls and projects in which Moldova managed to be included and participate, including the joint programming initiatives. There are presented GPIs to which Moldova joined, and announced a list of joint call ERANET and coordination and support actions. About your access program, Moldova became a member of Pan-European Network from 2012, developed a national portal of your access, nominated practically in all research institutions and universities the local contact points, created 3 access service centers in north, central and south part of Moldova. Besides its joint European Charter for recruitment of researchers and for implementation of main principles of Charter and Code, and 6 institutions from Moldova managed to obtain the logo Human Resources Excellence in Research. I don't stop on open science and other ERA instruments because separate reports are included in agenda. When we speak about participation in Horizon, there is it's visible that Ukraine has a leadership position in participation. Moldova submitted more than 400 proposals for Horizon, from which 350 eligible. After evaluation, 49 projects were retained for funding, with participation of 62 different organizations. But when we take into account the number of population, it's visible that there Moldova has a leadership position. We have around 13 projects funded per 1 million of population. There are presented the collaborative links with EaP countries within the proposals and with the EU member states. I would like to mention that top EU, with majority of the top EU countries on this diagram, Moldova has bilateral agreements of scientific cooperation. According to thematic area, Moldova is the most active as other EaP countries in Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. European and changing world, food, climate. I would like to mention that we have 3 twinning projects within spreading excellence and widening participation. Hope before the end of the horizon this picture will be updated in positive trend. There is presented requested EU contribution by the type of organization. Very different institutions apply for funding for within Horizon. I would like to mention even ministries, state agencies, 1/3 of companies applied for the funding, besides of research institutions and universities. What main benefits or impact of participation in Horizon? Sure, within this period, increased the proposal writing and project administration skills, mobility of researchers, visibility of R&D institutions abroad, assured access to the European Commission's databases, access to this modern research infrastructure, to open access, open innovation resources and instruments. Obtained experience of participation in joint programming initiative, joint undertaking, different working group, program and strategic EU committees, and opportunities for partnership to work in consortiums and to develop international cooperation. There are presented some logos of the projects with participation, several only in the Horizon program. I would like to mention EaP Plus project, which serves like a platform for communication between EaP countries and EU member states. And a lot of activities were developed to strengthen this cooperation. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Actually, a takeaway message from the presentation of Dr. Romanchuk is the fact that association to Horizon 2020 meant not only a part of the international collaboration strategy, but this means very serious structural changes of the national R&D system. You need to align. You need to take part to all the configurations in Brussels, starting from the Iraq, very useful meetings, and ending with the program committees, and adjusting the national procedures to be compatible to the EU ones, to the Horizon 2020 ones, in order to facilitate the work of our scientists. Now we are going further, giving the floor to Mr. Jalilov, Director of the Astrophysical Observatory of the National Academy of Sciences of Azerbaijan.
Приглашение. Я должен сказать, что мы работаем в области астрофизики, и наша Шабахинская астрофизическая обсерватория уже участвует в европейских программах долгие годы, поэтому я решил коротко рассказать о структуре нашей обсерватории, потом в программе FPC-7, в которой 11-16 годом участвовали, а сейчас мы принимаем участие в Horizon 2020. Это общий вид нашей обсерватории, 60 лет уже исполнилось. Это вид в небо нашей обсерватории. Некоторые исторические моменты, я думаю, это можно пропустить. Структура нашей обсерватории – это 150 километров от Баку на высоте 1003 солнечные исследования планеты и малые тела Солнечной системы, физика атмосфер звезд и магнетизм, физика binary систем, eruptive процесс, галактики и звездообразования, и астрономические инструменты, инновативные программы. Наша обсерватория выпускает азербайджанский астрономический журнал на английском языке. Здесь перечислены наши международные связи и программа FP7. Это 11-15 год. Основной мы изучали солнечные земные связи, то, что солнечный ветер и взрывы на Солнце влияют на экобиосистемы на Земле, связь с предсказанием этих явлений и физики. Была коллаборация в рамках вот этих институтов. Это Католический университет Лювен, университет Андреас из Шотландии, потом Австрийская академия наук, Шамахинская обсерватория, из Грузии Илья-Стейский университет, институт радиоастрономов Украина. Мы исследовали, значит, те задачи, которые я говорил, связаны с солнечно-земной связью. И были хорошие публикации, результаты, совместные, значит, exchange of staff. Все это служило тому, что это направление сегодня продолжается. Мы ездим в эти институты, связи, хотя FP7 закончился, но связи продолжаются. А следующая программа Horizon 2020, он в этом году начался. Главная цель в этой программе – это физика сверхмассивных звезд. Мотивация этой программы состоит в том, что образование Вселенного, звездообразование, вообще структура очень сильно зависит от звездообразования. В конце эволюции звезд взрываются большие звезды, образуются или black hole, или пульсары. Это зависит от исходной массы звезды. Вот все это эволюционный путь представляет очень большой интерес, фундаментальный интерес перед астрофизикой и физикой. Поэтому вот эта программа поддерживается Евросоюзом. И участники этой программы вот здесь перечислены, 10 институтов. Мы тоже являемся участниками этой коллаборации. И в рамках этой программы основной наша роль заключается в наблюдении в нашем телескопе сверхмассивных звезд. В рамках этой программы уже визиты начались. К нам приехали из Чехии, из Тарту, университет Тарту, Эстония. И наши уже в этом году 4 поездки были. Все это заслуживает, значит, благодарности Евросоюза за этой программы, потому что это некое окно для нашей обсерватории, чтобы продолжать в этих важных областей исследования. Так, и коротко Востока. Спасибо за внимание. Основной я хочу сказать, что программа FP7 и Horizon 2020 это для нас большое окно в Европу и вхождение общей коллаборации с известными учеными и научными центрами. Спасибо за внимание. Коротко Восток.
Thank you very much. Just before to pass the floor to Vardan, we have a short change in the program. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lebedinsky, Chairman of the Parliamentary Commission on Culture, Education, Research, Youth and Sport, for a small welcome remark.
Thank you. Уважаемые друзья, большинство из вас знает русский язык. Если вы позволите, я обращусь к вам на русском языке. Буквально сейчас сорвался. В это же время проходит и конференция стран Черноморского побережья. И один из вопросов, который поднимается, это именно связано с комиссией по культуре, образованию и социальным вопросам комиссии Мариняка. Поэтому позвольте мне выразить вам огромную благодарность за то, что вы сумели сегодня в таком большом форуме объединиться, поприветствовать нашего председателя Академии наук, всех наших гостей, пожелать вам здоровья, плодотворной работы. Бесспорно, без того, чтобы у нас развивалось знание, образование, к сожалению, наше государство ничего не добьются. Вот почему буквально за весь сентябрь месяц, начало октября месяца, я провел встречу с большинством послов, которые аккредитованы на территории Республики Молдова, именно для того, чтобы передать месседж, то, что вы сегодня делаете, что мы готовы, наши исследователи готовы создавать консорциумы с любыми другими государствами, для того, чтобы мы могли участвовать в разных проектах и на постсоветском пространстве, и на европейском, и на мировом пространстве, для того, чтобы наши ученые могли показать свои достижения, для того, чтобы мы могли принять опыт ваших государств, и бесспорно для того, чтобы они могли вот эти исследования, которые будут добыты, чтобы это можно было в нашу экономику внедрить. Для нас очень важно сейчас сделать очень большой рывок в экономике, поэтому будем подключаться на всех уровнях, и министерство, и правительство, и парламент, для того, чтобы способствовать вашему развитию, вашей работе. И бесспорно для того, чтобы наше молодое поколение захотело бы прийти к вам в отрасль образования, в отрасль исследований, чтобы передать ваш опыт новому поколению. К сожалению, мы понимаем, что сейчас это не самые высокооплачиваемые профессии. Но когда я занимался исследованием, это было, конечно, давно, я понимал, что это нужно для меня и для того, чтобы я вырос. Я думаю, что каждый из вас именно делает это такое волонтерское, больше волонтерская работа, чем стремление к тому, чтобы заработать каких-то денег.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the very encouraging words. Now we are going further according to our agenda. To Mr. Sarkian, Deputy Chairman of the Scientific Committee of the Republic of Armenia, concerning the participation of Armenia in Horizon 2020, and maybe some perspectives and thoughts about the Horizon Europe already.
This one, yeah, this one. Thank you, Sergio. Let me first of all thank the organizer on behalf of Armenian delegation for inviting us to participate in the conference. I will speak shortly about our R&D system, about international cooperation, including participation in Horizon 2020, and some slides I will show about our future plans. In the policy level, we have here you can see the key players in our R&D system. In the policy level, this is first of all State Committee of Science. We are under the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sports. We are responsible for the development of state policy in the field of research and development, and we are also responsible for the budgetary funding procedure. In the level of performance, the main performance is National Academy of Science, with 33 research universities. Academy is the official scientific consultant to the highest government bodies. We have also 23 state research organizations, branch 13 universities and 40 institutions from private sector included in the state funding scheme. Here you can see the structure of our system as of December of 2018. The number of employees is 6,100, among them 4,000 are researchers and about 600 of researchers are research with academic degree. Here you can see also maybe the big problem for our R&D sector. This is the aging problem for the researchers. 30% of them has the age above 65, which is really the problem for us. The research output of Armenian R&D sector is something about 1,000 to 1,200 publications per year, included published in the journals, included in the Web of Science, in the list of Web of Science, and the major part of them are in the field of natural sciences, and particularly in the field of physics, biology, mathematics, and chemistry. About the international cooperation, in all policy documents we mentioned the importance of international cooperation. In particular about the importance we are noted in the development of science for 2000 up to 2020 and in action plan for 2017 and 20. We also implement the creation of joint collaborative programs, creation joint laboratories and centers of excellence. And one important part of international collaboration is that we open our national project-based funding scheme for the international collaboration. It means the foreign researchers can be part of Armenian team applying for the state money, allowing them to travel to Armenia and work with Armenian groups. Here you can, during the last 10 years, we signed some 35 international MOUs and agreements with the corresponding bodies, and part of them are underway, are implemented. Here you can see the list of implemented programs. It's first of all CNRS, Foundation for Fundamental Research of Belarus, Foundation for Humanities, Russia, and for Basic Sciences, BNBF, and we think from the beginning of the next year we launched 2 more projects for the Bulgaria and for with the Italy also. Here you can see the top 10 collaborative countries by the joint publication. It should be noted that 55–60% of our publications are in the framework of the international collaboration, meaning that at least 1/4 from abroad, and meaning that our system is well integrated in the international collaboration. In the first place, here we have the EU countries, then USA, Russia, and so on. Now about the association. We started the process in 2013. We signed the agreement in 19 May 2016, and the agreement entered into force from the November 2016. About the benefits from the association, in my understanding, this is first of all possibility of internationalization, second, participation in world-level research projects, access to state-of-the-art research facilities and integration into European research area, of course the regional networking, support to improve design and implementation of research and innovation policies via policy support facilities, and of course this is additional funding opportunity for the R&D sector. About the national measures. 2 structures were created by the government. First one, Scientific Programs Integration Asset Center Foundation established by the government in 2017. The second, International Science and Technology Program Department established by the National Academy in 2008. And we have couple of structures created by non-governmental organizations. About the national measures. From the December of 2017, we implement the so-called special bonus program, allowing us to provide financial support in the order of national grants for the groups in the winning consortia for the Horizon 2020. And if the group is leading in the winning consortia, we give more than standard national grants. And we implement the co-funding mechanisms in order to support the travel of NCPs and program committee members to the events in the Brussels. Here you can see about the information about the network of national contact points. 24 of them are nominated, and here you can see the list of activities, different training, info desk, and so on. The same I can say about the program committee members. Committee members are mostly from research organizations or universities. The mostly two persons nominated represent different organizations. And we have some sort of national coordinating committee for coordinating the whole efforts for NCPs and NCPs and program committee members. About the participation, you can see our results on the participation. Number of applications around 200, number of proposals 182, number of projects ratio project to proposal, it corresponds to 14.06 point. Now about the future plan on the increasing the effectiveness of the participation. We will continue on national bonus program. We will support the establishment of special structure in large research organizations or universities. We will organize the special info days, targeted activities in the different support actions, and we will try to do training for NCPs and program committee members. About the challenges. In our understanding, this is first of all low level of competitiveness of research organizations from associate countries in comparison with organizations from EU member states. The second structure. Then disconnection between R&D sector and business sector. Low level of regional and Eastern Partnership association country coordination. In our case, non-optimal use of the scientific diaspora, need for the better national coordination, and need for more active participation in the program committees. About the evaluation of science and technology and the innovation system of Armenia. We organized 3 times the evaluation in 2014, 15, and now in 2000. And now the the policy support facility, specific support to the Armenia was organized according to our request in order to help us in 3 important points. First one, on the evaluation of our research organization. Second, about on the measures helping us to implement so-called performance-based funding scheme. And the third one about the measures narrowing the gap between higher education and research. About the next steps. Some of programs are already implemented or are in the developing stage. We have to do the following things. First of all, we have to develop the program on creation of network of research organizations and universities. The program for the support of young researchers are going to sign by our minister. Then evaluation of research organizations, implementation of performance-based funding scheme, and we are going to finish in the next month the development of the roadmap for Armenian integration into European research area. We started discussion about the possibility to our participation in the next Horizon Europe program, and we will continue targeted support to the NCP network. For the next year, we have to develop the measures in order to harmonization of our R&D statistics with international standards. We will continue targeted support, and I would like to mention one important in my understanding problem that I think we have to continue and mention the importance of EAP and previous similar projects in supporting the integration process, policy dialogue, and concrete action for enhancing participation in EU programs. And in our opinion, we have to think about the need for similar scheme for the next framework program also. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I am ready to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I think that the majority of the challenges that you mentioned are common for other countries from the region also. So that's why this kind of forum of dialogue are very useful to identify, maybe not during the official part, but on the margins to identify some common solutions to these challenges.
Even for the participation in the next Euro program also, we have to think something. We have to develop some joint policy from all, let's say, associate and Eastern Partnership countries.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear the experience of Belarus. I will open the floor to Mrs. Olga Mirovskaya, Horizon 2020 coordinator from Belarus. Olga, you have the floor.
Mirovskaya. Yeah, it's me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Chair, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I would like to express these thanks on behalf of the whole Belarusian delegation. So the voice comes from the non-associated country, and you will definitely see the difference between Belarus and the previous presentations from Moldova and Armenia, where they have numerous and well-structured activities to support cooperation of the researchers in Horizon 2020. We do not have them. Some successes I would like to share with you and some challenges. But first I would like to say a few words about the international cooperation in science and innovation in general in Belarus. It is an important and growing dimension of the state scientific and innovation policy in my country. Similarly to Moldova, we have around 50 international treaties in science and technology, and more than 20 of them are with the EU member states and associated countries, including all countries of the Eastern Partnership region. The international cooperation in Belarus is supported by the state. We have a special budget line, and annually from 6 to 7% from the total budget spending for our to support international cooperation. This budget is in the hands of the State Committee for Science and Technologies, which is ranked as a Ministry for Science and Technology in my country. What we can do with this money? We can finance Belarusian participants in joint R&D projects, both bilateral and multilateral. We can pay fees to international organizations Belarus is a partner of, organize events, and fund participation of Belarusian researchers in them. For the moment, the State Committee for Science and Technology has joint calls for proposals, bilateral calls with the 12 EU member states and associated countries. For us is a profitable thing because the share of international sources in the total spending for R&D is around 15% at the moment. At the same time, when we're coming to the European cooperation, I have to admit that the legal political framework for the cooperation with the European Union is still missing, and our attempts to set up a bilateral platform, a bilateral dialogue in this sector with the European Commission has failed so far. So this is the cooperation map. On this slide you see our steps starting from the 6th framework program to Horizon 2020. The figures are growing, participation is growing, the budget, the number of applications. And I would like to say that cost is a good opportunity for us, and we are developing well in this program too. Our success rate in Horizon 2020 is comparable to the average for the program. And I'm very proud of our participation in such frontier research programs as, for example, quantum technologies and graphene. We are usually in the top 7 among third countries which participate in Maria Skłodowska-Curie program. And we do participate in several thematic Aranet co-funds. Funding agency, which is in this case National Academy of Sciences, does finance the joint project in these Aranet co-funds. Our top collaborators for the moment are Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and the UK, while top 3 organizations in Belarus, our champions of European research, I would say, are the Belarusian State University and 2 institutions of the National Academy of Sciences, Institute of Physics and the Scientific and Practical Center for Materials Research. In general, I would say that our universities are more active than the National Academy of Sciences. Though the success rate of the institutions of the National Academy of Sciences is better. Maybe this says nothing to most of you if I would not add that the Belarusian universities, which belong to the Ministry of Education, consume just 9% of the total R&D budget in the country. But the activity in the national cooperation is much higher. I would not say that if you're hungry, you are doing better, but in this case, probably it works like this. I would say that we have a quite unique thematic specialization in Horizon 2020 and framework programs in general. This is about physics, chemistry, engineering, and a crossroads between these areas. We still have to think how to use better these, exploit them. This was green color, but on this slide it's red color, so I want to show you that these are the challenges. We failed, in fact, to involve industry, including the SME sector, in our activities so far. The average number of applications per year is decreasing, which is strange because normally when we are approaching the end of the program, the budgets of the calls become higher. Half of our participation is in Maria Skłodowska-Curie actions, and specifically in one scheme which is called RISE, Research&Innovation Staff Exchange. If something is changed in this scheme in the next program, our participation will be, I would say, in a danger. And the most interesting point, we are quite, let's say, good in terms of success rate, but we are very poor in terms of the number of applications, having in mind how many researchers we have in the country. We are 10 times less active comparing to Moldova researchers, 4 times comparing to Georgia, and 2 times comparing to Ukraine. It also means that we have a huge potential which we are not able yet to exploit. We have the NCP network, like all the countries, but without any support from the state and from the European Commission. I would say that 1 year before the end of the program, the network has lost its passion. Definitely national authorities have to support the network. And also lack of coordination and support actions, for example, comparing to the FP7 and the previous programs, because these are the instruments which support collaboration. We have many positive developments on the political level in terms of the bilateral cooperation between Belarus and the European Union. I tried to list them on this slide, but I would just mention some of them which directly relate the cooperation in science and technology. For example, we started to cooperate with the European Commission, with the GRC, on smart specialization. I hope that all these happenings, happy happenings, on the political scene will improve the basis for scientific and innovation cooperation, and we will enlarge our participation in the next program. I would like to add that finally everything depends on people. So getting the right people in the right jobs is a lot more important than developing a strategy. So I would like to wish all of you, all of our countries, to get it.
Thank you very much, Olga. Now, several times today, cost program was mentioned as a possibility for networking, as a possibility for initiating consortia, for developing project ideas within Horizon 2020. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Olga Tupiker from the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research of the Republic of Moldova, presenting the overview situation with cost participation in the Eastern Partnership countries. Olga, you have the floor.
Dear guests, dear participants, On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research, allow me to welcome you. My name is Olga Duhliker and I represent the Directorate for Research and Innovation Policies. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about Eastern Partnership countries' participation in COST activities and, of course, to present the state of arts in the Republic of Moldova. I think that this chart perfectly shows Eastern Partnership countries' participation in COST actions. So, as you can notice, the involvement from all the countries slightly increased from June. Moldova achieved a high increase as it already joined 15 actions. You can see 2018 and 5 of the new actions. The new actions were approved in June. More approval processes have ongoing status as they require action from the researchers. This means that the researchers have to check their e-cost account and to follow their requirements. In order to increase involvement, all the researchers have to browse COST actions and to contact the chairs directly via the link indicated on the screen. On the next slide, you can see the Republic of Moldova participation in network activities, and you can see a high increase from the 2018. In this year, we became COST members. So here is the budget transferred, and also a high increase in 2018. We hope to increase the budget with the participations. So here is the percentage of starting actions the Republic of Moldova, the researchers from the Republic of Moldova are involved. It is important that the researchers participate from the beginning of the action as they participate in all the activities organized by the chair of the action. Okay, so here is the number of Moldovan proposals. We have the possibility, all the Eastern Partnership countries, to participate. It was a call in September. We hope the situation will change, the chart will change. This slide offers a picture on the networking activities our researchers, the researchers from the Republic of Moldova, have due to COST activities. So, as you can notice, our researchers cooperate with researchers from all over the world. It is important to mention that Moldova has become the 38th COST member. The decision was taken by the Committee of Senior Officials on the 7th, 8th of November 2018, as our country met the requirements to becoming a full member. These requirements were to participate in at least 2 consecutive EU framework programs and in at least 5% of the running COST actions. Moldova, the Republic of Moldova, is currently involved in 40 COST actions. I would like to emphasize that from June 2019, the Committee of Senior Officials have confirmed the funding of 40 new actions, so we have the possibility to participate in these actions. Natural sciences lead the way with 33% of the actions, followed by engineering and technology 30%, social sciences 28%, agricultural sciences 20%, medical sciences 18%, and humanities 10%. Another thing that is important to mention is that COST, Cooperation in Science and Technology, is the longest running European increase the individual participation in action activities in 2018, and we hope that the situation, the data will change in 2019 because we became members. Who can participate in COST actions? COST actions are open to all fields of science and technology. They are to all types of institutions, academia, public institutions, SMEs, European and international organizations, all career stages, for all the COST members based on mutual benefit, and for non-COST members also on mutual benefit. They are spread across the near neighborhood countries and international partner countries. So these opportunities here on the screen are for the member countries. The researchers can participate as a management committee members and substitute as a working group members, as a participant in action activities. Okay, so this is for the rest of the Eastern Partnership countries, how to join a running action. First of all, of course, you browse the actions, all the actions, then you contact the action chair and express your interest. You submit the official motivation letter, of course, approval from the institution is needed. The next step is the action chair launches the procedure in e-cost and uploads the motivational letter. If required, additional information should be provided. The next step is that the management committee votes, and the last step is the approval by the head of the science operation and executive board. Another significant point that I wanted to mention is the benefits from participating in cost activities. So, as researchers develop their ideas and initiatives across all the fields of science and technology. COST promotes excellence. COST offers the possibility to develop their careers through collaborative networks. It is a unique space where people meet and ideas grow. Also, COST actions include networking stakeholders from other sectors, not only networking of scientists from different domains. COST is an effective platform where innovators have the possibility to think beyond the current research and innovation agenda and to identify emerging research topics. Also, COST gathers researchers and innovators from all career levels, from PhD students to Nobel Prize winners. Yes. COST contributes to the internationalization process of research and innovation communities. It empowers and retains young researchers, motivating them to stay in Europe. Then COST promotes cooperation in science and technology with other countries beyond COST current membership. So, as I mentioned previously, here are the links. You can browse the actions and participate in COST activities. Here are the details, the contact details of the COST National Coordinator from the Republic of Moldova. On the screen you can see the names of the COST national correspondents in the Eastern Partnership countries. In case you want to join a COST running action, or in case you have questions, you may contact them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga. Actually, as you surely see, we are out of the time. If there are some very, very urgent questions, otherwise we can discuss during the coffee break in more informal atmosphere, I think. Then we should come here in 20 minutes, if it's okay for you, because academician Tiginana, who will be the next moderator, also promised to organize a discussion during the session, so some questions will be also, there is a place also for questions there. So we see each other in 20 minutes here back.
yeah.
I just was looking for you to say that you start also want to hear the
Oh, yeah, everything is okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the session. Please have your seat. Take your seats, please. So, in this afternoon session, we'll speak about sustainability and infrastructure systems. So, we should discuss such issues like creation of capacities, including creation of research infrastructures. And in this connection, I would like to note that there is open call for research infrastructures, and I have here the information that the deadline to submit proposal will be May 5th, 2020. You know that there was an info day in Brussels in September, where the issue related to the new call was discussed. Actually, it's a new ambition of European science to push creating new roadmaps. And one of the roadmap actually is related to the new call with the deadline May 5th, 2020. We will also speak about innovation and technology transfer. There will be some presentation. Of course, if we speak about durable development, then we should touch technology transfer as well in innovation, because without implementation it is difficult to develop modern science. You know that in developed countries about 2/3 of financial support comes from business, from real sector. Unfortunately, in East European countries, the contribution of the business of the real sector is much smaller. At least in Moldova it is much smaller. But we should discuss these issues today, and let me then give the floor to Ms. Tatjana Moraru, Head of the Research and Innovation Policy Division, Ministry of Education, Culture and Research. Keynote speech, framework conditions for research and innovation, national context, and integration into the European research area progress. So you have the floor, please.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, good afternoon already, and I hope you have a good stay here in Chisinau. We are really happy to welcome you all here. Well,
as promised, it is sunny.
Yes, as promised, it is sunny. So if you have any other additional needs to be promised, please do it now. Everything will come in truth. Well, as we can mention, the European research area is about to celebrate 20 years of its implementation. It was launched in 2000 based on the idea that Europe needed a research area with a European dimension. Another important moment was the 2008 Ljubljana process, when ERA was recognized the engine for driving the competitiveness of Europe. Further, the European Commission confirmed its engagement in the ERA with its ERA communication in 2012, with an ensuing renewed partnership between Member States, the Commission, and research stakeholders adopted in Council conclusions. Well, with the adoption of the ERA roadmap in 2015, for 2015-2020, and the related national ERA action plans, the national focus and dimension of ERA was strengthened and improved while the European Commission focused more on a supporting and monitoring role. Thus, at the same time, the European Union member states and those associated to the European Union Horizon 2020 were invited to develop national strategies or roadmaps for the achievement of ERA priorities by mid of 2016. As regarding our country, I would like to say that participation in European Union programs is one of the main strategic goals of the research and innovation policy of our country. In this respect, they were undertaking a number of actions aimed at implementing the priorities of the European research area at national level, which helped obtain in 2012 the status of country associated to the 7th European Union Framework Programme and subsequently to Horizon 2020 in 2014. Starting from the main goal, integration into the European research area, the Republic of Moldova developed the National Roadmap for Integration into the European research area, a document of national interest which shall help achieve ERA priorities and promote the positive image of the national research and innovation system at national and European level. As already mentioned, the National Roadmap for the Integration of the Republic of Moldova into the European research area was approved by our government on 8th of November 2018, and you can see our document on the website of the ministry, and the presentations will be sent to everybody interested. It is a considerable success of the scientific community of our country and a great opportunity for all researchers of the Republic of Moldova. In order to achieve the ERA principles, 5+1 priorities, 5-13-year roadmap and the 6-1, the international cooperation, were set and actions aimed at achieving these priorities were developed for Moldova to reach the level of performance and effectiveness of European research. You can see that all the priorities introduced in our national roadmap are the same stipulated in the roadmap, ERA roadmap. Well, we have more efficient national research systems, optimal transnational cooperation and competition, where we distinguish planning and implementing transnational cooperation, aligning the research infrastructure with the European level, an open labor market for researchers, gender equality in research, optimal circulation, access to and transfer of scientific knowledge, and international cooperation. Which are our expectation with the implementation of this policy document. As you can see, it also covers other many more objectives that are very important for our country. And these are linked to open access, to open science, to entrepreneurial discovery process as part of the process for smart specialization, as well as those connected to research infrastructure. There are 55 actions in the action plan meant to implement the priorities provided in the ERA. The responsible entities for the implementation of these actions report quarterly to the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research, who is now in the way of developing an online platform for the reporting. Of course, there are a lot of objectives included in this document, but main of them could be like introducing or enhancing competitive funding through calls for proposals and institutional assessments of the main modes of allocating public funds to research and innovation, removal of legal and other barriers to cross-border interoperability of national programs to enable joint financing of actions, including cooperation with countries outside the European Union, removal of legislative and other barriers to access to cross-border research infrastructure, and also those to the application of open, transparent and meritorious recruitment of researchers. create a favorable framework for implementing the principles of European Charter for Researchers and the Code of Conduct for the recruitment of researchers. More others are linked to engaging in partnerships with funding agencies, research organizations and universities to foster cultural and institutional change on gender charters, performance agreements, awards. Ensuring that at least 40% of women participate in committees involved in recruitment, progression and in establishing and evaluating. Ensure that public research contributes to open innovation and knowledge transfer between public and private sectors through national knowledge transfer strategies, and many others. The Republic of Moldova's participation in the European Union framework progress is the most important way of internationalizing the national research and innovation system, as well as of ensuring the process of integration in the European research area. Well, and we have just some of the good examples of integration. One of them is the NanoMed Twin, novel nanomaterials for biomedical applications, which main objective of the project is to promote the smart specialization strategy in Moldova through developing the field of nanomaterials for biomedical applications by enhancing the scientific excellence of the National Center for Materials Study and Testing of the Technical University of Moldova via collaborative strategic partnership program with European leading centers where the Technical University of Moldova has the role of coordinator. And as we have the pleasure and the honor to have Mr. Tigineanu, academician and president of the Academy of Science of Moldova here, he could maybe give us more details about this project later. I also had the pleasure to announce that another major Horizon 2020 project is Twinning Project SpinTech, which main goal is deep integration of Moldova into the European research area, where the Institute of Electronic Engineering and the Nanotechnologies, Dumitru Ghițu, participate as coordinator. We also have the honor and the pleasure to have Mr. Sidorenko, who is the director of this institute and is one of the main coordinator of this project, and can give us more details on this project. And as some conclusions of our European research integration into European research area that we can do is that thanks to the association, the Republic of Moldova obtained a number of participation rights similar to the ones of the European Union member states, which allows scientific community, first, to cooperate and compete as an equal partner in all the calls announced under Horizon 2020, to become part of the European network of scientists, of the business community and of decision makers that set European objectives and priorities in the field of research and innovation, and to benefit from the European scientific potential and excellence in solving other internal problems. In this way, making best use of the associated country status is one of the most important actions on the government's agenda in order to take over and transpose into national practice the European Union generally accepted requirements and standards in the fields of research and innovation. The means of achieving the purposes is the European research area, a unified research area open to the world in which researchers, scientific knowledge and technology circulate freely. And I wouldn't end my without mentioning that we have also expectations and we need some perspectives to point. And correspondingly, our expectations and perspectives for future are like sustained political ownership and continuous commitment at all levels being key to achieve the era and foster progress towards a fully functioning European area for research and innovation. Era contributing more to a better quality of life for all citizens, driven by a new knowledge-based and innovation-led sustainable growth model, in line with wider economic, social and environmental policy objectives. An era based on an integrated, coherent approach between education, research and innovation policies and instruments in order to effectively achieve its wide objectives through an open access to all. In this way, we shall need a more holistic and comprehensive policy approaches encompassing research, innovation and education, in particular with respect to higher education. And last but not least, should be underlined that a fully functioning era will allow Europe and all us to better address societal goals and challenges, in particular sustainable development and sustainable development goals. Therefore, in order to be further integrated into the era, we consider very important and appropriate to access to the next European Union Framework Work Programme. Thank you so much for the attention, and now I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Tighineanu, who kindly accepted to moderate this session.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the interesting presentation. Now we will start panel discussions, and the first report will be given by Dr. Olesya Sârbu, Vice Rector of the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova. The title of the presentation, Strengthening Research Management and Open Science Capacities of Higher Education Institutions in Moldova and Armenia. So please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, friends, Mr. President of the Academy of Science of Moldova, I'm happy and I'm honored to be here. And we have some technical problems as usually. Without this, never happened. But I will start to speak. So, because my presentation is not here, I can just tell you about the project by my words, because I'm a person who designed it and who is coordinating it. So now I'm glad to present you the strengthening research management and open science capacity of higher education institutions in Moldova and Armenia. And I'm very glad to see here Armenian delegation and Mr. Vardan Zakarian, who presented the situation in Armenia, which I knew very well when designing the project. I'm happy to say that the project has acronym MINERVA. That means, as you know, by Roman methodology, it's a goddess of the wisdom and the strategic warfare. So, of course, we took more wisdom and strategic planning, and the result of how we came to design this project, it was our previous experience with our partners from Belarus, Ukraine and Moldova under the Fostering Knowledge Triangle Erasmus Plus project with the ministries from all these three countries. So when we developed and elaborated the roadmap for these three countries, we understood all our gaps, our problems, our needs. And then it came as a situation that we have to go further with this idea, and we have to contribute to the Eastern Partnership deliverables and to go forward for our next Horizon 2020 steps in order to contribute to the development from the structural point of view. So, dear colleagues, here you can see we have a presentation. So I'm presenting you Erasmus Plus capacity building project in higher education. So it's action where the universities can contribute to achievements on some deliverables and some strategical legislation framework of each country. We have Minerva as a structural regional project. That means that university together with the ministries of the education from both countries are involved as full partners. So through this project we are going to change our national and institutional legislations and bylaws in order to achieve our planned results. The project will be 3 years, so we are in the beginning of the process of the project. This year we are just get to know each other as partners. It's a preparatory phase. We are participating in the study visits in order to learn all the issues regarding the research management. Now we have a delegation to University of Liège going to study the research management infrastructure, and specifically with the human resource strategy for researchers development. As our Moldovan partners, some of them they have such strategies, some not. Armenian partners will develop this strategy in order to achieve the priorities mentioned by Mr. Vardan in his presentation. So we have 1 million euros a budget for the whole consortium. Please consider this is not such a big amount, but it's a drop by drop, as we are saying, to contribute to their main objectives and scope of the project. So this 1 million euro is divided equally between 16 partners. The idea of the setting up of the consortium has been that first of all we need a research management infrastructure, and then second to boost open science issues in both countries as a priorities again on the national level of both countries. Therefore we have ministries from both countries, therefore we have higher education institutions, but specifically we put attention to different science fields. So we have social science and humanities universities, we have technical universities, and we have medical state universities from both countries. Additionally to Moldova, in order to spread more deeper, larger the information about our project, we invited rectors' councils with the 2 representatives of universities. It was a little bit difficult to do in Armenia with some, because we know that the state university, it's the same, so we understood that it's not working like in Moldova, and therefore we took additional 1 university, it's a Brusov State University. To say that we are happy with the partnership, I'm personally happy, because it's really a very valuable and constructive partnership, and we have, of course, the expertise of our EU institutions in the field of research management, like Liège University, like University of Montpellier, and of course we have open science issues with the Valencia and Italy. So we comply with all issues, and we have from whom to learn and what to do in our project. So the main objective of the project, of course, not to achieve it, but to contribute it, because it's overall one. And of course, you can see that we are going to strengthening our research management and open science capacities in both countries, and of course to be as a European added value for reforming and enhancing the European research and innovation system, which is one of the goals for the next financial period. We have 3 specific objectives. First one, of course, to advance national and institutional guidelines. I will just, sorry, I need the water. The second one, because we are going, oh, nice. You can also drink water. Survived. So, let's continue. I'm so happy that I'm losing my voice. I will be short to give the opportunity to the colleagues again. So, my idea was, first of all, national level. We need to improve and to enhance our regulatory. We need both countries need roadmap on especially open science. And this is, as you noticed, also one of the priority for both countries. On the level of institutions, universities, we have not strategies and policies, we have not methodologies, instructions, how to use, what does it mean open science. So here we are going, first of all, to analyze this and to propose to universities for the development. And the main issue what we will do, we will develop institutional repositories on open science. Now it's one of the main issue the Armenian partners are discussing. We will have a visit to Valencia in November, where all partners will present their structure, what they have, and what they are going to have in next 5-10 years as a repositories. It's quite difficult because not all academic people understanding what does it mean repository as an open science and what kind of tools is included in this. And then on the personal level, of course, we are going to educate, to train young researchers. That is also one of the priorities of both countries, to be involved more in research activities. So our project is not a research as activity, it's a support for developing infrastructure for the research activities. So our main results will be on the national level. We will create open science policy framework. We will develop open science standards in both countries, please. We will have indicators on open science evaluation, and we will have national open science platforms separately in each country. At university level, in the field of open science, we will develop institutional policy on these issues. We will have repositories, we will have standards, and again, we will have integrated these all issues. Repositories will be linked to the national platform in each country. Research management, here we will, of course, develop, as I told you, a human resource strategy for researchers, all needed documents in each university, where universities which have this strategy will improve it and to go further. The Armenian partners now will start the procedure in order to obtain the logo of Euraxis, Excellence in Research. And of course, we will have an impact for the society and industry through some activities. That's all, dear colleagues. I'm inviting you to follow us in our webpage, where you will find all the activities. You will find specifically the project details, where we are showing our timeline. All our activities are visible. So you can also follow us on the Facebook. You can see here the link. We are very well doing dissemination. This is one requested by the European Commission, and we hope that you will contribute and to support us in our activities from Armenia delegation. And of course, I'm happy that our Ministry of Education from Moldova as partners is supporting us very well and good in the realization of the Minerva project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next presentation, Network of Nano Research Infrastructure in the Danube region. So I will make the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will speak about the Danube Nano Micro Facility Network. So the idea and the main actor in the promotion and realization of the project was the infrastructure in Karlsruhe in Germany. And we joined the efforts, and I will tell about the project goal and the objectives, the networking and activities, and also participation in new projects. So project goal and objectives, the goal of the project was to strengthen the capacities of the nano and micro research infrastructures to advance the state-of-the-art and increase the uptake of the key nano and micro technologies in the Danube region. You can see that among objectives you have integrating existing nano-micro open access facilities into a sustainable operational and technological network by establishing a platform for communication, sharing and adopting best practices, generate new scientific and technical solutions by identifying shared research and development topics and the cross-fertilization of skills by expert missions and exchange visits. Of course, we also interacted with the small and medium-sized enterprises. And I will tell you about the members of the consortium. First of all, you see Karlsruhe nano-micro facility. So it's a very strong facility. Further, Budapest University of Technology and Economics is the Department of Electron Devices in Budapest. Third, Slovak Academy of Sciences Nano Labs. It's in Bratislava, Slovakia, and Nano Center in Bro, Czech Republic. And we have also facility for design, simulation, micro, nano, fabrication of electronic devices and systems. MINFAB, that's at the Institute of Microtechnologies in Bucharest, in Romania. And the National Center for Material Study and Testing at the Technical University of Moldova. The center has been created in 2002 as the national center which is responsible for the promotion of nano research. So you can see here the network of infrastructures, and it's interesting to compare the facilities that you have in different centers. You see that there are centers that have all kinds of facilities, but the main idea was actually to be complementary. And I would like to say that we succeeded from this point of view. And so there was a circulation of researchers, and there have been many meetings. And at the end of the story, we come with new proposals for the future. Here you can see information about each center. Here, National Institute for Research and Development in Microtechnologies in Bucharest, Romania. I will not go into details because here is just the facilities are mentioned. So the nano labs in Czech Republic, and also you have here the facilities. The Department of Electronic Devices in Budapest at the University of Technology and Economics. What I would like to underline here is the project activity you can see at the bottom of the slide. 10 European Union and 5 national projects in the last 5 years. I mean, this is rather impressive. Currently, 2 running and 2 accepted Horizon 2020 projects, 1 joint educational project, and 2 national projects. That means the partners are strong, and many European projects are running. So facilities in Budapest, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. Also you have here so many technologies and equipment. You can say access to 25 technologies and the expertise of 50 people. So an infrastructure that can be used by many research groups from Europe. 10 people participated from the National Center for Material Study and Testing. The main activities, I would like to say that we established a database, capability database, established 5 expert groups according to research interest of all the partners, and we worked in each group. There were meetings and discussions and suggestions. So mobility related to the realization of the Danube project, so mobility from Moldova, there were many visits, and actually during the visits, apart from new networking capabilities, we initiated research activities. A list of publications that have been promoted under this project, and there were also some new developments, and we succeeded already to publish. Participation in international programs. So apart from Science and Technology Center in Ukraine project, we succeeded to win Horizon 2020 project, NanoMed Twin. It's a twinning project, and this project is to create, the goal is to create capacities in the Republic of Moldova at the intersection of nanotechnology and biomedicine, and to promote mass specialization of the Technical University of Moldova. Actually, we interact strongly with the University of Medicine and Pharmacy here in Moldova, and have partners in the frame of the program. Project partners from European Union. I would like to note the Bristol University in United Kingdom, the University of Medicine in Hanover in Germany, the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden, and also the Joint Research Center, the nano-bio infrastructure in Ispra in North Italy. And so now young researchers from the Republic of Moldova are visiting partner institutions and are trained in the infrastructures, using the infrastructures they have. Joint project proposals under preparation, and first of all I would like to note, apart from a cost proposal that is under preparation, to note a new project, infra, integrating activities for starting communities, and I can just mention the scope. Starting community has never been supported for the integration of its infrastructures under framework programs calls, in particular building and integrating activity. So the deadline of the call will be in March 2020, budget up to 5 million. An integrating activity shall combine in a closely coordinated manner networking activities, transnational access or virtual access activities, as well as joint research activities. So I would like to note that we have submitted projects starting from 7th framework program, and my research group succeeded to win a project under the 7th framework program. We gained experience, and now the young people that are in the research group, they already have the knowledge and the experience to write proposals and to submit and to win extra budgetary money, because we really, without European projects, actually cannot promote research at a higher level, because the financial support is rather modest at the national level. Thank you for your attention. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Aram Papayan, Director of the Institute for Physical Research of the National Academy of Sciences in Armenia, project MANACA magnetic nanohybrids for cancer therapy. Project MANACA, magnetic nanohybrids for cancer therapy. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for introduction, and thanks to organizers for the possibility to participate in this interesting meeting. I will share our experience on participation in European projects with the emphasis of the last project, which is twinning format project we just started 20 days ago. Actually, I want to have a brief introduction of our institute. I will not pass through all the lines, but I just want to tell that we have quite rich and wide and deep collaboration experience with notably European research centers. Actually, during the past decade, we had many tens of international projects, and actually we were coordinating one of projects in 7th framework program and participating to 5 others. We had also Horizon 2020 project led by European Center for Nuclear Research, and now this one is the next. We are also involved in higher education on international level. We have programs for co-supervised PhD, and there are many PhD students. Our students are in Europe, European students come to our institute, and they are jointly prepared. So this is a thematic priority of our institute. It's mainly, the main focus is laser physics and applications, and also material science. I will not go item by item, but in general, we are focused mostly on experimental studies, and notably with those which have practical, applied potential. Among those is one direction which was initiated actually nearly 10 years ago, which is synthesis and characterization of nanomaterials. Maybe it's the only advantage when you are not so, you do not have good equipment and funding, you become more inventive. So we have developed a new technique of fabrication of nanoparticles, which is based on high temperature pyrolysis of organic or metal organic stuff, particles out of waste, plastic waste, and that's what we are going to do also to solve 2 problems, ecology and also, let's say, new materials for the industry. In particular, we have developed ferromagnetic nanoparticles, and within one of our previous European projects, we had a small pilot project with Hanover, with Nano Center of Hanover, of the Laser Center in Hanover, and we proved that these particles can be used for magnetic hyperthermia. So now some words about our new project. So MANACA project, as I said, it's a new one. It just started a couple of days ago. We are coordinating this project, and among the participants are Aristotle University from Thessaloniki in Greece and Duisburg-Essen University in Germany, and we are helped by Intelligentsia Consultants company from Luxembourg. Of course, being the twinning format project, of course, the main objectives are stimulating scientific excellence and innovation capacity of our organization, also improving the career prospects for early stage researchers, rising the research profile and so on. But from the scientific standpoint, the project is aimed at development of new materials which will help to treat cancer. So this is the structure of the project, showing also the work packages, which includes exchange of senior researchers, early stage researchers, and the important point is also dissemination and outreach. Outreach, I think it's something important really, because in this hall everyone knows what is innovation, what is impact, socio-economic and so on, but if we go outside, ask the people in the street, maybe most of them, these words mean practically nothing. They want to see something tangible and something touchable. So that is why outreach activities, even the word outreach, ask people in the streets, they will not know what is it. So I just want to explain in 2 slides what the project deals with. Actually, there are several conventional techniques of treatment of cancer. Among those is surgical therapy, of course, radiotherapy and chemotherapy. What is magnetic hyperthermia? It's a little bit different approach. Actually, it's not a new one, but the idea is that you inject somehow some nanoparticles with special properties in the tumor tissue. It can be done by syringing this solution, or delivered helped by magnetic properties of nanoparticles, and then you apply variable magnetic field, which is not dangerous for the health. So it causes hysteresis heating of nanoparticles, and the temperature of tumor cells increases above the threshold damage value of 42-44 degrees C, and that's selective treatment of the cancer. The problem is how to control all that. Actually, so far it's not used widely because it's not really safe. So we need to be very careful not to damage also surrounding cells. That is why the advantage of our nanoparticles is that first, these are nanoparticles with controlled Curie temperature. You cannot bypass the temperature to dangerous values because it stops to dissipate heat when the Curie temperature reaches the set threshold, and this is safe threshold. Also, the efficiency of heating is increased when you go to single domain ferromagnetic particles, which is explored in our case. Finally, you have to make it biocompatible in order not to cause some problems for health. So for that, we use so-called core shell nanohybrids, consisting of metal core and then 2 layers of shell. And carbon shell gives biocompatibility and also helps to fight against aggregation, which makes things scenario of treatment in non-desirable way. We have important equipment to produce and characterize these nanoparticles, and of course we are expecting to profit from collaboration with our partners and colleagues, high-level specialists working in bio-nano field and characterization of magnetic nanomaterials. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, a scientific, partially scientific presentation. And now there was a suggestion for a new presentation, also related to cancer treatment. Mr. Nabruzo, nanobody for cancer treatment. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to give me a talk regarding the new project and the general situation in our country for collaboration with the Horizon and the Eastern Partnership countries projects. Today I'm going to present you the development of the new radio-labeled targeted nanobodies as a diagnostic and a therapeutic strategy for the treatment. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm the clinician and I'm nuclear medicine physician. I'm working directly with humans, with the patient who are suffering with a cancer. And as you know, the cancer now is the very biggest, and the challenge for the medicine, and every part of the healthcare and the science are fighting with the cancer. Now, a little bit general information, and in our country we have a National Nuclear Research Center, which in 1914 the government have signed the special protocol to establish in our country a nuclear research reactor. And also we have the Minister of Health, we have the Nuclear Medicine Department and the Nuclear Medicine Center. It's some pictures from our nuclear reactor project, and now it started with the gamma sterilization complex, dosimetry and microbiology labs, and the irradiation building. And the gamma radiation facility in our country started with the 300 kilocurie with the cobalt-60 first category. And also activities on nuclear spectroscopy and the radiochemistry. You can see some alpha spectroscopy. We have the high-PG germanium gamma spectroscopy, and equipment with the research with the thermal effects and the material stability. And we have also full established nuclear medicine center with the clinical nuclear medicine department, and also radiopharmaceutical production facility. Now we have the full GMP production facility with in-house cyclotron, with several PET-CT and SPECT-CT cameras. You can see in our center we are now producing more than 10 different types of the radiopharmaceuticals which we are using for the cancer treatment and the diagnosing for the patient who are suffering for the cancer. And our center are also accredited with the European Association of the Nuclear Medicine in 2017. And also we have the memorandum with the signed for the research work with the UK universities, the Royal Liverpool University Hospital, University College London Hospital in the UK, and the Vienna Medical University Austria. We have also with collaboration for Horizon project with these centers. Now is our project the development of the radio-labeled targeted nanobodies as a diagnostic and therapeutic strategy for the cancer treatment. You can see this project. It's the project called Horizon 2020 Hope for the Prostate Cancer. It's in 2018 in the European Commission have published this joint project with the European Commission Science and the Knowledge Service. It's the prostate cancer, the second most common death reason for the in men population in worldwide. That's why for the joint project with the Heidelberg University of and nuclear medicine, and also the joint research collaboration with the Karlsruhe, they have invented the new drug, named actinium PSMA, which have treated a lot of patients, and it will really give the hope for prostate cancer. If you can see some image with the prostate cancer, and in a previous some image here, and after treatment you can see the real solve the problem, and in a before and the last images. But it's and also in starting from the 1918 we have also started in our region in the first for the actinium treatment in our country as well and our region, and we have very good results to treatment for the prostate cancer with the actinium. If you can see the real effects, but unfortunately still have some challenge for other cancer. These invented methods is not working for the breast cancer. It's the first leading cancer for the woman, and gastric cancer and the pancreatic cancer. It's a very big nightmare for the healthcare. That's why aim of our study to develop a new radio-labeled nanobodies for cancer treatment and the management, the labeling radionuclide for the treatment of the HER2 positive breast and the gastric cancer. As you may know, the breast cancer and the gastric cancer have the same HER2 receptors, and we are aiming to make this receptor to make it targeted for the treatment. If you can see the image, it's the normal cells have some receptor, but in cancer cells have higher expression or overexpression of this receptor. And regarding the immunization, some different kind of the lamellate, we can make special nanobodies. Normally, nanobodies are the small antibodies, and it's very easy cross the hematoencephalic barrier, and it's stable with the labeling and very fast eliminating from the kidney. And also we can make the labeling with the radiotherapeutic molecules like lutetium or the actinium to make a treatment with cancer. It's called nanobodies or affibodies because the nanobodies are very small, 15 kilodalton, and the antibodies 150 kilodalton, the size. And our objective to finding amino acid and the residue, the affibody molecules as a high affinity binder of HER2 receptor, choosing optimal radionuclide for binding to the affibody to make a treatment this problem. The project implementation and the methods we're planning to make this project for at least 3 European countries, and then also 2 or 3 associated countries, and also Eastern Partnership country. Planning to, for example, we are planning for the center A will be the produce the radioactive production, radionuclides, and the center B will be in vitro antibody testing, and the center C will be viva and directly for the in vivo testing, and the center D for the preclinical testing, and then maybe we'll start the phase 1 or phase 2 or. And our main take-home message: we're ready to make a collaboration, to make a consortium with the Eastern Partnership country and also European countries to make this very innovative project. And another is the Let's Do Joint Research for Humanity. And also the last one, our center have accredited for the Center of Excellence. It's the 25 best center as in our region, in Europe as well. You can see there, Earl. Thank you.
Within EU-funded projects, experience of the Belarusian universities. So you are here. So Victor Stempitsky, Deputy Head of Research and Development Department, Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, dear colleagues, thank you to the organizers, to the guests for my invitation to this fantastic event. I hope that we will be successful and future will be fruitful and successful for us, for our countries. Currently, I will do some presentation about successful experience of my university, Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics, in the sphere of cooperation with European Union countries and with European Union funds. Currently, our university is the 4th, maybe, in Belarus, and the first technical IT university, and last and successful achievement, we are the scientific organization with some export level and educational export. Our university is quite large. We have 15,000 students, all of preparation from the bachelor to Doctor of Sciences, and we have a Research and Development Department, which have represented college and also Institute of Information Technologies for retraining and advanced training. We have 7 councils: technical sciences, typically technicals, and physical mathematical sciences, etc. Currently in our university works more than 2,000 of employees, 700 faculty members, and 1,000 students. What about the foreign partners? I can tell we can divide these partners on 2 parts. The first one is our customers. There are a lot of countries which we have a very large, from financial point of view, contract, and we develop and export a lot of different different products, scientific technical products. Also we have partners which we have educational cooperation and cooperation scientific, typically scientific cooperation. Currently it's all countries of Europe, Eastern, Western, and some Eastern Asian countries. And what about cooperation between our university and European Union funds? Our cooperation started in 1993. Why? Because before 1993 our university was closed for foreign guests, because we are a special university which made a lot of double-sided projects for military, etc. And from 1993 we start the very old programs which named INTAS, then some NATO projects, then some INCO Copernicus projects, and from the beginning of millennium we are start to work with framework programs projects. I was the main executor of the project Reason, which include 22 universities from all over Europe, and we worked at the microelectronics design methods and microelectronics software production facilities, marketing for Eastern Europe countries, because this was the beginning of the 2000, and we have cooperation with a lot of countries from former EU. It's Baltic countries, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, United Kingdom. This project gave us possibility to be competitive. We are currently the member of some European consortium, which give us possibility to buy some modern software and to use foundry enterprises to produce microelectronics chip, to produce something else from electronics topics. Then we have projects, 3 projects from starting from 2009, projects about the cooperation of Eastern Europe countries, Ukraine, Belarus. We are quite successful in this topic. Also, our university successfully started and finished and release currently in progress some projects on the academic mobility and the same topics. For example, master program development, Bolognian process, and now you know that there are Erasmus projects for academic mobility, and one of our goals is to have new steps to Western universities, Western Europe universities. As a conclusion, I can tell that BSUR has sufficient experience in implementing joint commercial, research and educational projects with the European Union. Also, I can tell about some problems for our country. It's imperfection of Belarusian legislation in the field of organization and support of international projects. We have problems with taxes, with former USSR country. It's a lack of awareness of the benefits of participating in programs and projects funded by EU. For example, for our country, financial issues play a more important role than promoting universities in European projects. The first is the money, the second one is the rating. And the third is slow motivation of universities to intensify the interaction of university department with the European partners. It's time to type presentation. And for the final stage, I have some slides with information about which activity, which scientific R&D activities has our university. The first one is a radioelectronic system of centimeter and millimeter range. We developed different kinds of devices. It's a radiolocational system, it's some antenna system, etc., radar system. The second one is measuring equipment, radar equipment, altimeters. The third one is microelectronics. We have teams with full cycle of development and production of integrated circuit, of custom integrated circuits, from the technical task to preparation for production based on foundry. Also, we have a very strong teams on the material sciences, nanomaterial sciences. We are the only one organization in Belarus which has licenses for a lot of special software tools for nanomaterials calculation and investigation. Information and special equipment. Ultrasonic technologies for medicine, for beverage, for other kinds of. And I would like to thank you again for attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interesting presentation, ladies and gentlemen. So we actually discussed issues, important issues, and I think that the information delivered by all presenters is very useful, and actually there were suggestions about new all of you, and so all of us should take this opportunity really to build new bridges of collaboration, because networking is very beneficial for all of us, because promoting networking gives us new possibilities for development of science, innovation, and of course possibilities to assist our countries to go in the future, sustainable future. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we invite you to our lunch, to our the possibility to socialize and to have an exchange of good ideas. And good appetite to all of us.
Hello, good afternoon. I suggest that we start. I hope you all enjoy your lunch. I would like to invite you to our afternoon session, which will be devoted to discussing recent developments and research and innovation, in particular deliverable 20 in the Eastern Partnership. We have quite some presentations then devoted to smart specialization in the Eastern Partnership countries, and we'll talk also about perspectives of the Eastern Partnership cooperation. We'll talk also about new innovations, strategies in, for example, in Ukraine. Before I give the floor to my colleague from GRC about smart specialization, I would like to take a very few minutes from your attention in order to discuss with you deliverable 20 under the Eastern Partnership. So as you know, there have been 20 deliverables agreed under the Eastern Partnership. Why we have these deliverables? It was set during the last Eastern Partnership Summit, which took place in Brussels in 2017, that we need to have concrete, tangible results. So these 20 deliverables are actually the 20 tangible results that we would like to achieve for our citizens. They are split in 4 main areas, and today I would like briefly to concentrate on deliverable 20, which is devoted to research and innovation, to explain briefly what about actually is this deliverable. This deliverable is closely linked to one of the major initiatives under the Eastern Partnership. This is the Youth for Innovation initiative under the Eastern Partnership. It has been announced in November 2016, and the main aim of the Youth for Innovation initiative is to better coordinate the UN financial support and also the cooperation under the Eastern Partnership in the field of research and innovation in all the 6 Eastern Partnership countries. As you know, from these countries, 4 of them are fully associated to Horizon 2020, and they participate in the program under the same rules as EU member states. The 2 countries, Belarus and Azerbaijan, they're also involved in our regional policy dialogue. They also participate in Horizon 2020. What is very important to know that in the course of the last years, we have been undertaking on behalf of the European Commission peer reviews of the national research and innovation systems in all the 4 associated countries. And also in addition to this, we have started and also concluded in some of the countries, like for example Georgia, we have conducted on behalf of the GRTD. This is also part of the support that we provide under the association to Horizon 2020, the so-called policy support initiative. The main aim of the policy support initiative and also the main aim of the peer reviews is to identify gaps in the modernization and reforms of the national research systems, to help these countries to increase their competitiveness, and of course the main aim is to help these countries to increase their participation in Horizon 2020. So briefly then, what about is deliverable 20 and where do we stay today? Deliverable 20 is about integration of the Eastern Partnership and the national EU research and innovation system and programs. All countries which are partner countries, so the 4 associated countries, as already mentioned, they have full access to the Horizon 2020 funding schemes for their researchers. And I would like once again to recall the statistics that we have at present on the participation in Horizon 2020 in of the 6 countries in Horizon 2020. In total, until the latest data which I have is per the 27th of September this year, Eastern Partnership entities have participated 436 6 times in 248 signed grant agreements of collaborative Maria Curie actions, European Research Council and NCME instruments of Horizon 2020, and they managed to obtain in total 41.7 million euro of direct EU contributions. We saw this morning from the presentation of Ms. Ratsu that the biggest cooperation we have is in the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. Now we are at the stage where we have to reconsider our future cooperation and to see how we have to go further. Under the EU for Innovation initiative under the Eastern Partnership, we would like to, of course, to continue to work on promoting the integration of the EU research and innovation systems with the national research and innovation systems in all the 6 countries. And the major instrument until today has been the cooperation in Horizon 2020, and the future this will be, of course, for Horizon, Horizon Europe. It is important to keep in mind that the deliverable 2020 is not yet implemented, so we have further after also beyond 2020 to continue to work on this closer cooperation and integration of the national research and innovation systems from the 6 Eastern Partnership countries in the European research and innovation systems. And it is important, all the recommendations which we have prepared until now from the peer reviews and also from the policy support initiatives to be recommended in order to achieve better access in the future to Horizon Europe funding opportunities. At that stage now the question is how to associate to Horizon Europe and what is the next step to be done. At that stage for all future countries that would like to be associated, it's important to wait together with us that the whole package on Horizon Europe is implemented, is adopted by the co-legislators. This is not yet the case. We expect by the end of the year that the package on Horizon Europe will be adopted. Then we'll also know how, also if the current Article 12 on international cooperation will be adopted in the form that we are proposing for those countries like Moldova or Georgia or Armenia, which are already fully associated. We expect a rather straightforward association, and we expect that they'll be interested in full association to the future program. As the countries are already associated, there'll be no need for a previous to do a review, an assessment of their ability to associate to the program. This will be not necessary because they are already associated to the current program. Then basically for all countries which are interested to be associated, it's important for you to know is that the formal letter from your Minister of responsible for science has to be sent to our Director General. It will be advisable to send this formal letter expressing your interest in being associated to Horizon Europe by December this year, so that as from next year we can start the association talks. And our planning is that by the end of next year, the association negotiations have to be concluded and the new association agreement should be signed so that you can participate as from January 21 in the new Horizon Europe program. I would like to stop here and to give the chance to our colleagues who are working on smart specialization to talk to you. As concerns possibility for your questions, we have planned with the organizers of the conference that at the very end, when we discuss the conclusions from the conference, there will be a wrap-up sessions where for all of you there will be a chance to ask questions to all speakers today from the conference. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to give the floor to my colleague from GRC, Mr. Lina Staniote. She will talk about smart specialization in the Eastern Partnership countries, progress and the next steps. And Lina, the floor is yours.
My pleasure to be here. I thank you for inviting. I see many positive developments compared to 4 years ago, my first time in Chisinau. I come from Joint Research Center, and Joint Research Center provides evidence, methodology and tools to the Commission for Policy Development. And today I will talk about smart specialization as a policy concept for research and innovation investments and its application in Eastern Partnership countries. First, going to some basics to explain the concept. It's focused on prioritization. It focus on research and innovation priorities for optimizing your investments. It is made of what your region, what your country has on your national assets, customized to your conditions, but it's also looking for extensions, for adding value to your economic agenda. It supports all kinds of innovation. It's not only aimed to high-tech sectors, it also supports practice-based innovations, and it relies on stakeholder dialogues and involvement. And it's, of course, strongly evidence-based. Matching all economic, innovative, and also scientific potentials together with societal challenges and needs of the country, it creates agenda for transformation, providing opportunities for value-up activities, finding new growth niches, enabling solutions to societal needs. The concept is used not only in EU. Joint Research Center has collaboration with North and South Americas, China, Japan, Asia. But going closer to our countries, EU countries developed their path to smart specialization 5 years ago, and Joint Research Center, taking this good practice experience, adapted the model for enlargement and neighborhood countries. We have Moldova and Ukraine as our first pilots, and we also have recently Georgia and Belarus expressed interest to launch processes, and we also have first collaboration with Armenia. It is a meaningful process. It contributes to other Commission EU policies in Eastern Partnership countries, and we work in close collaboration with DG NEAR, DG Regio, and Research and Innovation. It also contributes to Eastern Partnership 20 deliverables. If you have a look directly or indirectly, it has effects to stronger society. It strives to include civil society into entrepreneurial discovery process. It has effects to build stronger economy, aiming to improve competitiveness, growth, opening new opportunities, identifying emerging niches. It has impact on building stronger governments because it relies on strong institutional capacity and having interinstitutional dialogue and interaction mechanism present. And it builds a stronger society. It builds a stronger research and innovation ecosystems and facilitates knowledge-based transformation. And of course it connects Eastern Partnership countries with EU through small specialization, priorities, and also common goals. Joint Research Center developed a facilitated framework for enlargement and neighborhood countries. A special path, a guided path of development. It is made of capacity building because it's very strong component in the framework. Analysis phase, so-called mapping exercise, mapping innovative economic and scientific potentials. Stakeholder involvement phase, so-called entrepreneurial discovery process. Support in identifying and developing appropriate implementation instruments. And strategy development. We had very good progress this year, which I would like to share. We managed, as you see, to move from analysis phase into stakeholder discussions on validating this analysis, on validating domains which were indicated by research and by statistics. First, developments in Ukraine. By the government decree, it was decided to launch a smart specialization in a regional context, having the opportunity that each region develops smart specialization within their regional development strategy. So how to upscale this exercise to 25 regions of Ukraine? We had a massive training this beginning this year, March, with 25 regions involved, and we are really very glad about their involvement and participation and motivation to continue. And as a follow-up, we currently having capacity building support to 12 regions, the regions which appointed small specialization teams, regions who had preliminary analysis on our guided methodology. So we had some missions already accomplished, and missions for Luhansk and Zaporizhzhia teams, well, we were running this week. And we have very positive feedback from regional teams, as it allows them to learn what is in practice and how smart specialization could work in their region. Moldova, well, my compliments to Moldova smart specialization team. We are very glad to have a fruitful cooperation with the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research. I think they made an excellent effort this year, launching the first round of entrepreneurial discovery workshops in 4 potential priority domains, which were indicated by the analysis, supported by GRC. And smart specialization was embedded into their national research and innovation program as a priority aim to develop to identify smart specialization priority domains and to validate it by entrepreneurial discovery discussions. So as to support that further, we have a very good partnership with Northeast Regional Development Agency in Romania. And a few weeks ago, we also had a meeting having feedback on the workshops and preparing for the next round of the discussions. Also developments in Georgia, they are just starting, they are participating in our capacity building events, but since the first meeting last year, we received expression of interest for collaboration from the Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure, and they had small specialization team approved, which includes other ministries and also other important stakeholders, and they are preparing data for mapping and next steps. So that's what I had to share, and with some forthcoming activities supporting further entrepreneurial discovery process and regional smart specialization development in Moldova and in Ukraine. Launching mapping exercise in Georgia. Also, we had expression of interest from Belarus, and well, we are planning to have a meeting with them to discuss the possible activities in the future. For the next year, we are also planning to have a guidance on possible implementation instruments of smart specialization from our experts, Ukraine, and based on the context of Ukraine and Moldova. Also comparative mapping analysis, a similar one which we have done for Western Balkan countries. And there is another research project running. So, well, we have many activities in plan for you, and you are very welcome to join our community of practice and to refer to us for the questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lina. I would like to give now the floor and to continue to talk about smart specialization in Moldova. And I would like to ask Dr. Sergiu Popescu, the Program Director of Knowledge Hub, to explain a bit more in detail about the entrepreneurial discovery process and smart specialization in Moldova. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I will be very short because Lina mentions some of the activities that we are doing together. And also I had the overwhelming presentation last year at the annual conference in Tbilisi, but just to mention where we are standing today. So in 2016, we started this process with the help of our colleagues from GRC and together with the colleagues from Ukraine and Serbia. Actually, this was foreseen by us as a tool for prioritization, but also a tool for bridging the gap between the business sector and scientific sector. I think that all the countries from the Eastern Partnership, we are inherited the same situation from the past when these two sectors were working somehow in parallel without any connections. We had with the help of GRC experts, we had the mapping exercise and also another in-depth analysis on our research projects, IPR instruments, international projects, in order to identify the broad fields of specialization. And actually this was the scheme which appeared after all these mapping exercises. In parallel, our National Statistical Bureau released some studies on the innovation activities of enterprises, which was also very useful for the mapping process. So from this, here you can see that some priorities were more science-oriented. I mean, we have the knowledge part, but we are still missing the business part. Some of them are more technology-oriented. I mean, we have some brevets, inventions, but we don't have enough, let's say, implementation part of it. Out of this picture, we selected 4 priorities, namely ICT, energy, agri-food, and biomedicine and biopharmaceuticals, yes, correctly. So we launched, based on these 4 priorities, the so-called entrepreneurial discovery process. This was not easy for us because, as I tell you earlier, we have this experience of business sector and scientific sector working separately without any coordination when we are speaking about setting priority, identifying priorities, or implementing together some projects, except few technology transfer projects which were implemented up to then. So a big thank to facilitators and moderators which were involved, because they succeeded to bring at the same table representatives from the quadruple helix environments, I mean from academia, business sector, civil society, and the government and the authorities. So here you can see the exercise, the entrepreneurial discovery process on energy. The big priority domain energy was split into 3 based on the mapping exercise. So here we have energy efficiency technologies, alternative energy sources, and heating solutions. And the goal of the first round of the exercises, of the workshop, let's say, so was to identify the vision of the sector for the next 10 years. It is important to have a shared vision between the quadruple helix sectors, and also to work on the SWOT analysis for each of these sectors. The input from the GRC was very crucial on this regard, and also we were working together with some international experts to build on the existing good practices, not to reinvent the wheel, but of course this process should be, you should be aware of the fact that it should be customized to the concrete characteristic of the respective region or the state. Just to mention, we decided to do the strategy at the national level first, compared to our Ukrainian colleagues who started to do it on the region, due to the fact that we have a smaller territory and there are not very big gaps. The biggest gap was between the capital region and the rest of the country, due to the concentration of knowledge producers here. Here you can see the results of the ICT ADP. Here we started with other 4 sub-priorities, but within the discussions we came to these 3 one. So it was a very lively discussion during the workshop. And also here you can see the vision, and also there is a SWOT analysis attached to each of these priority. Agriculture and food processing, of course, being an agricultural, or at least we consider ourselves as an agricultural country, this is a strategic domain for us. Here we have advanced biotechnologies, sustainable agriculture, and value-added food products. This seminar was organized outside Chisinau in order to bring a variety of stakeholders also from the regions. And of course, biomedicine and biopharmaceuticals. Actually, this was the second round for this specific priority. We had one, let's say, the testing workshop in December 2018, and this one was the second one, so we could also assess the level of the maturity of the discussions in the second cycle of the exercises. I need to say that one of the determinant conditions for each of the workshops is to have at least 50+1 representatives of the business sector. So not to have usual suspects or to have some kind of the unbalanced discussion in favor of some stakeholders. What I would like also to say is the fact that the majority of the participants acknowledge the necessity to organize intersectorial meetings and seminars, because of course interdisciplinarity is moving currently the innovation. So I think that this will be also one of the outcomes in the future, maybe to discuss about some intersectorial activities or intersectorial workshops. Even you can see even from here that colleagues from the medical sector, they opted for bioinformatics and e-health as one of their priorities. And this was also a demand from the ICT sector also. So we have solutions which could be in the benefit of the both of the sectors. Yeah, here's some general information. So it was this round was organized this summer in June. Around 180 representatives from the quadruple helix participated. Recently, a TAIEX, Olina mentioned already, a TAIEX expert mission with the participation of the representatives of the ministries was organized. This is very important because, again, we have different fields with different strategies, with different priorities. And there is a need for coordination, there is a need for synergy, and smart specialization can play a very good role on this. Also, the colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research succeeded to promote widely this subject of smart specialization within the national strategic framework. For example, now we have the new national development strategy called Moldova 2030. And one of the priorities has as a vision to increase the competitiveness of Moldovan economy based on the smart specialization of the country. So this creates already, let's say, we pass through sectorial policy to an intersectorial one. The colleagues from the Ministry of Economy and Infrastructure are now working on the program for industrialization, and there is again an agreement between the two ministries to embed smart specialization into industrial policy also. Okay, we are not big enough to share our resources, put them into a lot of the priorities. Up to now, of course, we are looking forward to see the results of the entire process, to have a strategy or a roadmap. It will be decided. But up to now, the process is really important, to bring at the same table representatives from different sectors and to identify specific priorities. This is already an achievement. And we are looking forward to collaborate with you, because we should think not only about national value chains, but about regional and European value chains. There is the competitiveness, there is the added value. So I think that together we can achieve more than individually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Popescu, for this interesting and detailed presentation. We remain still in the area on smart specialization, and now we'll talk about smart specialization in Ukraine and the lessons learned there. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Maxim Mamedov. He's a senior expert in the Ministry of Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine. Mr. Mamedov, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. And you can notice that my name is not Nino, but it's my pleasure to be in charge to present you briefly a topic on smart specialization for Ukraine, lessons learned, prepared by my colleague Nino Daminia. So smart specialization seems as a very attractive approach that enables each region to identify and develop its own advantages, hence to boost its economic growth. But if you ever think to do it in all regions, please forget about it. Since smart specialization requires a huge amount of time as well as resources, so an appropriate preparation could save them. Let's start from data, because nowadays it's almost all about data. You should first know which data are available in regional and national level, frequency of updating and necessary period. In case of Ukraine, we used economic and innovation data from 2012 to 2017, such as number of enterprises, turnover, the volume of import and export, number of employees, number of companies produce and number of companies implement innovation, invest in R&D, and etc. Next, people are always matter. The right team is as important as engaging as many people as possible, because you cannot win alone, you can only lose. And last but not least, communication. Usually advantages of smart specialization are not obvious, and understanding from the first time could be difficult. So you have to do an appropriate communication before starting a smart specialization process. In Ukraine, there are three ministries responsible for smart specialization process, namely Ministry of Economic Development, Ministry of Education and Science, Ministry of Regional Development, and National Statistics Service, as well as regional authorities. Also, I would like to express our gratitude for our partners, GRC and the Euro Commission, for their great work they have done and support. So as a result, in 2018, we made an analysis for 3 pilot regions, namely Kharkiv, Odessa, and Zaporizhzhia Oblast. GRC provided mapping of economic, innovation, and scientific potential of regions, introductory training, and expert missions as well. In the end of 2018, the government charged all regions use at least one strategic goal based on smart specialization during preparation of regional strategy. Then in 2019, together with GRC, we provided trainings for 25 regions, 1 big training on general methodology, 2 trainings on data analysis for experts, and adapted methodology of mapping for Ukrainian needs. Currently, we are providing individual expert missions for 12 regions and started entrepreneurial discovery process as well. Over the past year, we have done a great job and are planning to do more in the next. So our further steps are institutionalizing of national team for smart specialization, approve a government decree on methodology of mapping and entrepreneurial discovery process, attract additional funding to complete smart specialization process, and implement EC assessment of smart specialization. And in the end of November, it is planned to conduct a national conference on smart specialization. So thank you for your attention. Please, you can save the context of Nino Demenia if you have further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation on smart specialization in Ukraine. I would like now to give the floor to another country under the Eastern Partnership, which didn't have yet the chance in the morning session to speak, and in this case, this is Georgia. I would like to ask the Vice Director General of the National Science Rustaveli Foundation to join us. And Nino, it's my particular pleasure to give you the floor.
Hello everyone, sorry for this small inconvenience. My name is Nino Gachichiladze. I'm Deputy Director of Shotan Rustaveli National Science Foundation of Georgia. I'll not take too long. I just want to present what Rustaveli National Science Foundation does for science, technology, innovation system development, and some small achievements which we have in Horizon 2020 and cost actions. So our priorities are improving quality of scientific research through competitive-based funding schemes. Rustaveli National Science Foundation is a legal entity of public law So we are distributing state monies, but we're distributing it on competitive-based funding schemes. We also try to do our best to support young scientists' development in their capacity building, and also we pay as much attention as we can to development and support and popularization of Georgian studies. If we don't do this, no other country will do the same. Internalization of science through enhancing international cooperation in science technology innovation system. This is another priority which we have, and science popularization in general, and of course the diversifying funding scheme in STI. What we fund scientific research, international mobility and internships. We fund scientific events and popularization of the science. We have quite broad international cooperation. We give the access to different databases, scientific databases, and we try to participate into development of research and technologies infrastructure. These are different grant schemes, which I'll just list very quickly. These are fundamental, basic research, applied research, heritage program, the research with involving Georgian compatriots living abroad, young scientists, postdoc grants, PhD students grant, PhD structural programs, and I think we are, if not only, we are probably one of several grant agencies which fund even master students for their research. We, as I said, have different mobility schemes. These are travel grants for Georgian scientists to go abroad and participate into different scientific events like workshops, seminars, congresses. We also distribute grants for organizing scientific conferences here in Georgia. We have quite broad international cooperation, but I will be talking about this a little bit later. And as I said, we try to diversify our fundings and somehow strengthen involvement in international programs in Horizon 2020. Also, we have several programs for science popularization, and as I said, we pay for access to different databases like Elsevier's products, Clarivate Analytics. We pay fee for CERN and Dubna to give the opportunity for Georgian researchers to use their infrastructure. And also we pay annual fee for Horizon 2020. Georgia became associated member in 2016, and Horizon 2020 returns even part of money back to put it back in science technology innovation system. And of course, we, as I said, we do our best to develop research and technological infrastructure. What about a few words about internalization of science? We have bilateral programs with France. These are Institute of Français and CRNS. We cooperate with CNR Italy. We cooperate with Turkey, Tubitec. And we have quite broad cooperation with Germany, with that German Academic Exchange Program, Volkswagen Foundation and Jülich Center. We're also involved in new multilateral programs like Science Technology Center in Ukraine and International Science Technology Center. As I mentioned, we pay attention to Georgian studies, and this is a list of different European universities where Georgian study program is established by CRNSFG. This is Oxford, Vilnius University, Tartu, Bremen, Eötvös-Loránd, Hungary, Friedrich Schiller University, and Alka Foscari, and Leiden University. What about the international cooperation in advance? This, as I said, we're paying different fees, and yes, to Georgia, this is the same list of the activities which you were able to see in previous slides, but two Georgian journals also were published in Elsevier until 2019, and from 2019 the policy of Elsevier was changed, so they are not published anymore. A multilateral cooperation project, we're involved in INCONET, something happened, in INCONET, in evaluation platform PMDRS Plus, and we're very proud to win this year EURACCESS grant, so Georgia will become the part of the EURACCESS. The program is called Georgia Network Startup, and it is funded already. It will continue to 2020. In international, about international cooperation in science management, we cooperate with different institutions. These are CRDF Global, or our Oak Ridge Associated Universities in European Science Foundation, and these are those institutions were cooperating with CERN-SFG in evaluation, so-called big grants, and also we share the experience in STI system management with European Science Foundation and National Science Foundation of the United States, and we also participate in global research councils in regional and annual meetings. A few cooperation which are international, which we established in 2019. This was with Israel. This is new international partner. We just now were ready to launch the call about targeted call for research team in material science and engineering, and we are funding different lots like scientific events, joint mobility scheme, and joint research proposals. And we hope very much that this would be basis for new ideas for applied research. Also, that was we're very proud of this fundraising by CERN-SFG. We have now designed new call of applied research with a stress for young researcher. Main objective of this call is to increase even innovative activities of applied projects and to encourage these young researchers' collaboration with the private sector. Targeted group, they are still research teams. This is which will conclude academia and industry representatives, and 50% of the team mandatory. This will be mandatory. Should be young scientists. Duration of the project. This I know very well that this is very short period of time, but yes, I know. But it was. World Bank's regulation, because they have to finish this first money income by the April of 2021. We both World Bank and CERN-SFG, we hope that the program continues, but this is like a starting point for 2020. That's why the first duration in 12 months. The entire budget of the project is $3 million USD, and the mandatory component should be innovative research. Of course, with commercial potential, if it will be possible. Also, yes, we are very proud that we were gone through policy support facility, let's call revision, and their recommendations. We accept a few, and this new call was a little bit modified according to those recommendations, and one of the recommendations was to simplify and modify the funding portfolio for applied research, and another was to push a little bit PhD student scheme and postdoc and introduce them into business-related and industry-related grant schemes. And also this was also considered. And the I think last slide. Oh no, so sorry. A few slides are still left. Georgia is ERC, CRNSFG is ERC contact point in Georgia, and what we try to facilitate as much as possible Georgian scientists' participation in Horizon 2020. So this year we launched the call, which is visiting PI visiting fellowship program. We are very proud of this program because ERC doesn't let every country to be part of this program, and we were really very proud. The target group are postdoc young scientists up to 12 years from PhD defense. Duration of this program is just fellowship, so it's up to 5 months. Budget is €2,000 per month plus mobility travel cost. Mandatory component is that after completing and having this fellowship, Georgian scientists should submit the proposal for ERC, any kind of calls of ERC. The same type of scheme was run by us last year. Also, these were preparatory grants providing participation in Horizon 2020 programs. And we funded different lots. This was brokerage events, mobility grant for consortium building. Eligibility was for individual grant and institutional grant could be submitted. Budget was for research mobility. It was about €2,000 per month, brokerage event up to €20,000, and mandatory component also was to submit the proposal to H&H 2020 their grant schemes. 10 applications were submitted and 6 were funded last year, and one of them already submitted the application to Horizon 2020. Fingers crossed. And what about projects supported at this moment by Horizon 2020? These are 3 new projects funded by H 2020. These are submitted by 2 different institutions. First is submitted by Georgia Eliava Institute of Bacteriophages, Microbiology and Virology, and another 2 projects are submitted by National Centers of Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. Cost-related activities. Georgia is not associated with cost, but this doesn't prevent different institutions to participate in cost activities, and we have 3 different projects going on under cost activities. All these 3 projects are submitted by National Center of Disease Control and Public Health. First 2 are already funded in EaP countries, are in consortia, and third one is accepted, and again, fingers crossed. And one very hot news from CRNSFG, we have submitted a proposal to EU. This is twinning project, and the twinning project is the overall objective of the project is addressed to priorities and challenges in Georgia STI system, and the main sub goals are supporting interdisciplinary approach and collaborative research, promote evidence-based policy implementation in line with EU-Georgia Association Agreement, and strengthen science-business link Georgia has real gap here, and support collaborative activities and funding scheme, and of course diversification of research funding sources and encouraging intersectoral cooperation. This is also a little bit problematic for our country, to make people to talk to each other and to join for some interesting and needed research, which could be then converted into commercial potential. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nino, for this detailed presentation on the activities of the National Science Foundation of Georgia. Before we conclude this session, there is one more presentation. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Yuri Polikovich, the Deputy Minister of Education and Science in Ukraine. He'll talk about the new innovation strategy for the Ukrainian research and innovation. Thank you very much, and Dr. Polikovich, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear friends and colleagues, on behalf of Ukraine and the Ministry of Education and Science, I want to express our gratitude for taking part in the Horizon 2020 and favorable conditions that were established for our country. Also, I want to express our great interest in the launching the new program, Horizon Europe. And without any doubt, this conference is an excellent opportunity for networking, exchanging ideas and experience. In 2016, we received the results of an independent European analysis of Ukrainian research and innovation system. 30 recommendations that were given have determined our further actions. We succeeded in launching the National Council on Science and Technology Development with the Prime Minister as a chairman. It consists of the administrative committee that includes head of different government bodies and the scientific committee that was selected by the identification committee, which includes both Ukrainian and foreign well-known scientists. The National Research Fund was created as an independent budget non-profit institution, which will become one of the most important elements of the science financing system in Ukraine. The main function of the National Research Fund is to provide grant support for scientific research and development on a competitive basis. In 2019, its budget is $10.7 million. In 2020, it will be increased more than 2 times. This year, we have established the institutional funding for science at universities. It will be based on the results of state evaluation. This year, for this purpose, the budget provides $4.1 million. Next year, $22.4 million. In order to improve the scientific infrastructure, we also create centers for the collective usage of scientific equipment. Last year, the funding was allocated in creation of 9 centers. This year, we plan to open another 6 centers. Critically important direction of our efforts is supporting of young scientists. The share of costs that are spent on the young scientist projects has increased from half to 1.5% from the total amount of state spending on science during the last 3 years. By 2020, we are planning to enlarge the budget of this contest up to €3 million. The main criteria of project is to promote growth of economy and satisfy social interests of citizens. An important factor of the involvement of our scientists in the world science is an access to international science and technology bases. This year, all Ukrainian universities and scientific institutions, regardless of subordination, will get access to the international databases Scopus and Web of Science. Horizon 2020 is playing an extremely important role in the development of our science. At present, Ukrainian organizations are participating in 216 projects of the Horizon 2020 program. In total, our organizations got over €25 million for these projects. Compared to the 7th framework program, the number of projects from small and medium-sized enterprises has increased. 21 projects involving small and medium-sized enterprises in the 7th Framework Program against 77 participations in the Horizon 2020 program. Nevertheless, we still have many challenges ahead, such as effective functioning of the National Research Fund, increasing of the financial motivation and social security of scientists, development of research infrastructure, Ukraine's integration into the European research area. Ukraine, represented by the Ministry of Education and Science, participates in the preparatory phase of the creation of the European research infrastructure, Danubius ERIC. We hope that by the end of this year, Ukraine will be able to sign and next to ratify the statute of this organization. Besides, the Ministry started preparing for a joint competition for research project from the Joint Programming Initiative Healthy and Productive Seas and Oceans. Globalization and the fourth industrial revolution have created new opportunities but also new challenges for economies and societies. The comparison of different countries shows that the leading position can be achieved only if the economy is based on knowledge and new technologies, but not on the export of raw materials. The current state of Ukraine within global competitiveness index is presented on this slide. States that development of pillars precisely from this part can drive economy of the country to a new level. Most of Ukrainian unused opportunities are connected with innovation. It means that for Ukraine, critically important is to develop innovation, and it is one of the priorities of our government and the Ministry of Education and Science. In July 2019, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine has adopted strategy of innovation sphere development till 2030. Based on this document, we will create the innovative ecosystem of Ukraine for rapid transformation of ideas into innovative products and services. With the implementation of strategy, we expect to receive the following results. Increase the number of innovators and enterprises engaged in innovations. Increase the revenue from using intellectual property. Increase the technological level of enterprises. We defined 3 directions to achieve our goals. The Ministry should pay attention to renovation of legal framework, to supporting methodologically innovators and innovation infrastructure, and to improving the innovative culture of society. And finally, what aims will be achieved in the nearest future? The regulation of innovation activity through amendments to the laws of Ukraine on science parks and on state regulation of activities in the field of technology transfer. The process of amendments to the law of Ukraine on innovation activity is ongoing. Ministry of Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture, Ministry of Digital Transformation, and Ministry of Education and Science are involved in this process. We use Organization for Economic Cooperation Development definitions and offer new state tools for supporting of innovation enterprises for this law. Audit of technologies funded from the state budget and audit of the industry's demand for new technologies will start shortly. Creation of 3 pilot regional technology transfer centers, providing different training courses, and creation of online platform with all necessary information will facilitate the capacity of innovators and researchers. Annually, we organize All Ukrainian Innovation Festival and International Forum Innovation Market that give scientists, especially young, as well as accelerators and venture funds, additional possibility to communicate with each other. These events will help innovators to find funding, to exchange experience, and to show their results. We invite you all to visit and take part in upcoming innovation market that will be held during November 5 to 7 in Kiev, Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polikovich, for your presentation. This was the last one from our session. I would like to invite you now to a coffee break, and then we meet again for the conclusion session, where you have also the chance to ask questions. Thank you very much and enjoy your coffee break.
Well, dear colleagues, we are ready now to continue our activity. And according to the agenda, we have now next steps and conclusions. But as our colleague Silvia Bojinova mentioned, we would better start with comments, questions, and each of you have the possibility to come with their opinion, with the proposals, and of course questions to the presenter. We can then switch to the presentations if you need, in order to give to all the possibility to express themselves and to have their contribution. So the floor is open for questions, for comments, and who will be the first? Yes, please, Mr. Postoronka from the National Agency for Research and Development.
National Agency for Research and Development. My name is Postoronka. Dear friend, dear colleagues, dear guests, I thought today we have learned very interesting presentations about the outcomes which we bring to the end of a 10 years period of Eastern Partnership. Our achievement in the research and development sectors, and I'd like to stress and to attract your attention on one element. Of course, we discussed, you reached in presentations, but I'd like to speak about the bringing closely of real sector of national economy to the sphere of research. Without the support of economic agents, of course, we will not be able to reach our figures in development of research and profiting by the fact that in our event is present representative of government, of decision-making sectors, and also, dear guests, you are participating in this event. I'd like to express my suggestion to establish or to reinforce the sharing of knowledge and experience, how to bring closely research and science to the needs of development of national economies. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as to recover, you would like to have some special objectives in our activity to bring knowledge from science to private area, to business, to education, and to the society. Thank you. Well, who next? I know. Yeah, Mr. Sidorenko.
Professor Sidorenko, Director of Institute of Electronic Engineering and Nanotechnologies, coordinator of the twinning project SpinTech. I would like to stress on 2 points. First of all, thank you very much for organization of this meeting. This meeting is very important because information is the value which is itself the very important thing. Because if you have new information, then you can take the proper decision. Proper decision is to apply new projects. For Moldova, for such countries like Moldova, it is very important from 2 reasons. First of all, we have a lack of modern equipment. It is in each other countries, in Ukraine, in Armenia, in other countries, a lack of new, expensive equipment which is necessary for modern research. Without modern research, it will be no publications with high impact factor, which is necessary for successful application of the projects. That's why it is vital important to gain project which allows you access to the such equipment. Such a good example is the projects of the program Twinning, with one of them Ms. Muraro presented today in her informative talk, project of academician Tiginiano and my project, two projects twinning, which allow us to resolve simultaneously two problems. First, I told about to use expensive and very good equipment of our partners from, in our case, it is Stockholm University and Twente University. We have two partners. Our institute is coordinator and two partners. And to obtain new results and to publish them and what is important for next applications. The second and maybe even more important issue is it gives possibility to attract young researchers. The salary is extremely low, and we have a big problem to attract PhD students, even students, to research work in the laboratory. This problem is all of you have the same problem. And such projects like widening twinning, they help us to resolve this problem because immediately we involve PhD students in this project, send them to interesting and successful research in Sweden or in Holland, and they gain European salary, not just a small supplement to the stipendium. They have salary something like 100 euro. It is nearly nothing. But in Sweden, 2 months my PhD students work and they gain a normal, usual European salary. That's why this is better. All other words about patriotism or other things, you shall do it. So that's why these two important points explain that we must apply to such projects. And in Horizon Europe, now you hear that it will be even more money. 100 million euro will be put in this new program. And that's why me personally and you also, I invite you to participate. It is our obligation, not only just for fun. Thank you.
So, Mrs. Mirovskaya.
Thank you. I would like to share my impressions from the recent event which I attended in Minsk. It was the national consultation on the future of the Eastern Partnership. And as soon as our conference has the name R&D, or Research and Innovation Co-operation Beyond 2020, I would like to say that there were many interesting ideas about the potential topics for the future. Unfortunately, it was not my invention. For example, our Ministry for Foreign Affairs was much more innovative than myself or my ministry in proposing those activities, but I know that the similar events took place or are taking place at the moment in all the Eastern Partnership countries. And I think that they generate not their other ideas are not worse than the Belarusian ideas. It would be good to combine, to pool the proposals about the future of Eastern Partnership in relation to the Research and Innovation Co-operation, and to maybe listen to them at the next meeting of the panel on research and innovation. And such a brainstorming session, I think, can provide some input for the European Commission and for us, for the countries as participants, for the future activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Other questions, comments, proposals? Vladimir?
Volodymyr Nechvay, Academy of Science of Ukraine. I propose to think about some coordination mechanism for next ERA roadmap because Europe will now should be work on a new roadmap. And I know Armenia work on a roadmap, Ukraine also work on implementation plan, and maybe we should coordinate between Eastern Partnership countries and some to have some consultation with EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other questions or other suggestions? Well, otherwise, if there are any other questions or suggestions, I will try to do some conclusions that have already been done during this session and that you all also know, but maybe it is good to revise them and to see what we have achieved and what we have to do in order to attain the 20 deliverables stated in the 20 deliverables for 2020. As our conference is also dedicated to this document, and it is important to know what we have achieved and what we have to do yet. As you all know, in the 2020 deliverables, we have let's say two priorities where we can find ourselves as actors of implementation. I mean the priority 1, economic development and market opportunities. And there is deliverable 6, the creation of new jobs opportunities at the local and regional level. Why is this deliverable important for us as a research and innovation field? Because we have the milestone, at least one partner country committed to develop place-based smart specialization strategy for research and innovation to enhance regional competitiveness. You also maybe mentioned, could observe that smart specialization is very much linked to the possibility to give persons other opportunities, job opportunities. And of course, if the policymakers in this field will correctly trace or track the smart specialization document, there could be more jobs for citizens. So, the target by 2020 is smart specialization strategies identifying key priorities for economic modernization developed in at least 2 countries. After the presentations done, we can conclude that, in fact, this target could be achieved at the end of 2020, I mean for 2 countries. But I'm sure that we can extend this target, and if other colleagues from the European partnership countries will join this target, it will just enhance our possibilities more and more. But the result we have already on the presentation. It was about Ukraine and Republic of Moldova. And if you have comments at this stage, I would like to give you the possibility to express yourselves. In this case, after we identified this moment, we would like to pass to the next one. And this is the second priority where research and innovation is much involved. It is about mobility and people-to-people contacts. And here, deliverable 20 is entirely dedicated to research and innovation. The integration of European partnership and European Union research and innovation systems and programs. We had to achieve until 2020 fully functional association of at least 4 partner countries to Horizon 2020. And the target is to associated countries' research and innovation stakeholders integrated in relevant European Union networks, platforms, and alignment of associated countries and European Union strategies for research and innovation. As a result, we have associated to Horizon 2020 Armenia, Georgia, Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, and access to Horizon 2020 for all European partner countries. Another milestone from this deliverable is a new coordination and support project of Horizon 2020, EaP Plus promoted. And at this stage, this objective is already attained. We have a coordination platform fully operational, and you all participated not only once. The platform was launched in September 2016. Current situation of the participation in Horizon 2020, and I would like if you can help me, because I would like to be sure I have the good data. According to the platform on Horizon 2020, we have the picture of all European partnership countries participating in Horizon 2020 on signed grants, on number of participants, institutions. And as far as Sylvia mentioned, we have 322 signed grants, and 436 participant institutions in the Horizon 2020. We have all the countries involved in this program, and I think this is the most important, that the researchers communities from the European partnership countries participate and shall continue participating in these programs. And the last milestone we had in this deliverable is the peer reviews of at least 4 countries' research and innovation systems. In fact, we have process ongoing for 4 countries, and as target by 2020, we have national public research and innovation systems improved in performance and competitiveness. In fact, I would like to mention that given our experience after the peer review recommendations, for us it was more it was easier to proceed to the reform, because we had very clear recommendations from experts, from independent experts coming from abroad, and it helped us to better see where are the weak points of our system. And based on these recommendations, we could start the reform. This is for the moment what we have also identified before we had the presentations. After we had the presentations, we can also mention that in fact we all are on the same track. We all are participating in the Horizon 2020. We all are collaborating. We have a high degree of collaboration with the European Union and the member states. We all are in other programs like COST, and here I would like to mention that after, I'm sure my colleague already mentioned this, that after Republic of Moldova became full membership of COST, we have more participations in COST actions, and given the frequent absence of some researchers when we need their comments or presentations telling us that they are included in COST actions, we understand that this is interesting and this is important for the researchers community. So we encourage you to get associated to COST program. It is really not difficult, and it is really an advantage for the researchers community in the country. And also, we mentioned that we all are interested in developing smart specialization, because this is giving possibility to not only to the researchers but also to the society entirely, and that researchers' results should be open, and the access should be open to all, not only to the researchers, to the education, to business, because as I also mentioned, there is this tendency to create the triangle education, research, and innovation. That is also for the development of the economy, evidently. In fact, I tried to sum up some next activities we have to do, but here I really would like to have also your opinions and your commitments, if any. First of all, we have to continue strengthening the European Union and European Partnership cooperation, to continue the implementation of the recommendations of earlier reports, if any. And as regarding the achievement of deliverables 2020, to continue smart specialization development, elaboration of national policy documents, to complement the recommendations of earlier reports, and creation of innovation clusters. Oh. Well, sorry, but thank you so much for your presentation and for coming here instead of all situations created. Thank you so much, and see you. Yes. Thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't have no experience showed here about cluster innovation clusters, but in the EaP plus 10 years, when we gathered together in Brussels in June, there was also some recommendations to develop innovation clusters. I think this is a challenge and perspective for all of European partnership country, and this is also let's say a must from the deliverable 2020. Another perspective is the transition from Horizon 2020 to Horizon Europe to get associated. The improvement of national research and the innovation infrastructure systems in the European Partnership region. I would like to confess that as we would like to improve the infrastructure of our research and innovation system, we think this is important for all other countries, and we really stress this necessity to have the possibility to improve the infrastructure and to give the possibility to link the infrastructure, or to give the possibility to our researchers to participate in regional or European infrastructures, research infrastructures. Cooperation in innovation, continuation of widening measures, as I already mentioned, exploitation of cost association, and continuation of being integrated into the European research area. This is what we could sum up, but the floor is open for other proposals, maybe more concrete, that we could introduce in our next step to do for, I don't know. Yeah, please.
I wanted to mention that, and also to maybe with this question to address Sylvia as a representative of DGRTD. Some of the colleagues here, they know about the roadmap of collaboration between Eastern Partnership countries and EU member states, which we adopted in 16 or 17, maybe Olga and Varda can help me. And I think that this is the right moment to update it, because as some rapporteur mentioned, we have common challenges. We are heading ahead towards Horizon Europe together. So I think that it will be a good point to have this roadmap updated, because the roadmap was very good. We had their capacity building. We identified even several topics of interest. The majority of them are smart specialization topics for our countries also. It was agri-food, energy, so ICT fields that are common for everybody in the room. So maybe we at the next point we can update, we should update. Maybe at the panel meeting there should be a debrief on the things which were already achieved, and there are a lot of things which were done via policy support facility or via EaP Plus and other projects. But we need to update it and to bring it on another level. And maybe there will be some actions, common actions towards Horizon 2020. We have program committee members, we have negotiating teams that can be trained together, that can, I don't know, can be... we need to build on something existing already, not to reinvent the wheel or not to do it individually and going into the same path. And that will be a good document for, let's say, having it in mind as for the future roadmap towards ERA or something like this. Yeah. So maybe at the next panel we can discuss, or the national representatives can discuss this, can contribute well in advance. Some proposals can be sent to DGRTD, and then a new roadmap or an enforced roadmap can be discussed during the panel meeting. And then this can be as a joint vision of the region towards collaboration with the EU. Thank you.
Can I make a couple of words? I support the initiative of Sergio, and I think we have to develop something in order to solve some common challenges for all Eastern Partnership countries. And maybe this is a good idea to start develop new roadmap in order to achieve some goals which are important and which are common for all countries from Eastern Partnership.
Yeah, if I may, I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but just following what, for example, our colleagues from the Western Balkan countries are doing, definitely we won't move ahead without heavy investment in infrastructure. This is obvious. Yeah, as it was mentioned by academician Sidorenko, you cannot do excellent science relying on underdeveloped infrastructure. Maybe we can stress this in our discussions with DG NEAR, for example, to foresee the development of the infrastructure as a priority for the regional envelope, financial envelope, or maybe to address jointly some other funding or donors in order to help us at least to foresee the creation of some kind of regional network of centers of excellence. I suppose that not every country, it is not feasible to host let's say centers of excellence or big investments in each field. So maybe we can have some kind of joint, again, or this can be foreseen in the roadmap, to create a regional centers of excellence network. Each of the country can host centers of excellence which is more relevant for its development, for its national priorities, to avoid duplication, but at the same time this can be a common ground for further access Horizon Europe funds, or to train jointly young scientists together, or some kind have
joint vision how to foresee, how to proceed at the regional level with some concrete topics or on some concrete research fields. This will be, we inherited some cooperation. As you can see, the majority of our countries, we have either bilateral calls, either multilateral calls, so there is a level of collaboration, but if we will enforce this level of cooperation with joint infrastructure roadmap, this will be, I think, in the benefit of all of our countries. So we can stress this point also in our, or in the discussion with DG NEAR, for example.
Raja Satyan from the National Academy of Sciences of Armenia. I think we have two types of infrastructures. One, it is infrastructure, which includes networking, computing, and data. And here we have a solid cooperation between Europe and Eastern Partnership countries. The another type of infrastructure, it is so-called research infrastructure, or so-called European research infrastructure. As far as I know, we have only collaboration with CERN and other European infrastructures like ESA, ESO, etc. There is no collaboration, or there is some limited type of collaboration. I would suggest if you can be a bridge in order to bring these European research infrastructures to the region, which generate data, which is quite important for the region, it will be nice. So that's why we have to distinguish these two types of infrastructures.
For the moment, we have already three questions, three proposals, and it links to the either to renew or to elaborate a new roadmap. European Union Eastern Partnership. A second one would be to develop a joint infrastructure roadmap or a joint regional center of excellence for development, and also to create a bridge between European research infrastructure and regional research infrastructure.
I think that with this we can conclude our conference. It has been one very long but very useful day. And now by the end I would like to remind you one more why research and innovation is so important. Research and innovation, as you know, are the true drivers of growth and prosperity. We talk about research and innovation and would like to strengthen the cooperation between the European Union and the 6 Eastern Partnership countries in research and innovation. As research and innovation creates jobs and growth, they are very important for the daily life of our citizens. We live today in an environment which is open, which is digital, which is global, and we need to adapt, and research and innovation can here really help us. They have a significant impact on our societies, and they definitely, we have to continue to work in this area following the 3 principles of open science, open innovation, and open the world to the world. I would like also to remind you that when the Eastern Partnership was started 10 years ago, the idea was not only to create a platform for cooperation between the European Union and the 6 partner countries, but also within the Eastern Partnership to strengthen the cooperation among the 6 partner countries. And I think today, if I listen to all your presentations, I can definitely say that in the field of research and innovation, this cooperation between your 6 countries already is taking place. We heard today about a number of projects where you cooperate with research institutions from other Eastern Partnership countries, and this is what has to continue for the future. I have taken notice of all the proposals you have mentioned, what we, for example, have to discuss already in the next panel under the Eastern Partnership. The next meeting will take place in December in Brussels. We have a rather limited time to organize it, but I'll try to offer sessions where we can talk about, for example, a new roadmap for a collaboration between the European Union member states and Eastern Partnership countries, and there were also a few more proposals for issues to be discussed in the next panel on research and innovation to take place. With this, I would like, on behalf of DG RTD and the European Commission, to thank you for your participation, to thank to all speakers who were present today. All the PowerPoint presentations will be distributed to you. I would like to use this also opportunity to thank to the Moldova Ministry of Education and Science. It has been a great cooperation with you, and it has been my personal pleasure to organize this conference. I'm looking forward to see all of you during our panel on research and innovation taking place then in December. And for next year, we'll be expecting another one country to offer to host the same conference. Thank you once more again, and have a very good flight back to your home countries, and we stay in touch. Thank you very much.